Um, I think we're live. Are we live? Yes, we are. What is up, everybody? It is me, Real American, back in with another live stream. Oh my gosh, I am not early stream. I'm not used to streaming this early. Holy crap. Before we even start with the promotion stuff, whoever decided to start this event at freaking 9 a.m. Who decided this? I mean, it's just why? Like, who's gonna watch this? Who's gonna watch this at freaking 10 a.m.? But yeah, I hope everyone's having a phenomenal morning. I'm certainly having a good morning myself. Woke up a little bit ago. Yeah, good morning rap. Yeah, back to morning with rap. Woo! But yeah, I hope everyone's having a phenomenal day, night, wherever you are in the world on this beautiful Friday. If you do enjoy these live streams, smash the like button down below, subscribe, share with your friends, hit that little bell, follow the social media accounts in the description down below, and of course, join the channel today. Guys, this is the best way to join the channel, just for or support the channel, excuse me. I'm still tired, alright? If you want to join the channel, this is the best way to support the daily content we all know and love. So I hope and recommend you join the channel today. And we already got somebody that joined, Riley Collins. Welcome to the channel. You are officially a Real American supporter. Thank you very much. Of course, I hope everyone, if you got any questions, comments, concerns, send them through the chat. But if you want your questions or whatever for sure answered, best way to do that is to send a super chat. So yeah, but of course I'll try to get through every question. Why I gotta be so early? I guarantee you that Ron DeSantis, his people, they don't want people watching this. Like, on YouTube and stuff. They want to, like, you know, do it in the middle of the frickin' morning when it's only, like, boomers gonna watch. So they agree to do the event, but it's, like, with a catch. Sped Sports Network for 2. Is Christie in the debate? For the one in August, yeah, I believe so. Good morning, rap. They're really gonna hold this while a lot of people are working. Yeah, it's like, just wait till, like, 3. That would make much more sense. I know there's a lot of people they're going to go through, but it's like, well, hold on. Who's even here? Governor DeSantis, Mike Pence, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Ramaswamy, and Asa Hutchinson. Yay! That's a great field. That would sound like Tim Scott and like freaking Ramaswamy. I'm saying the name correctly now. Don't sue me. I'm not really that intrigued. Rap's a boomer. I would say that, but just I'm not used to streaming this early. Excuse me, I'm not feeling that good right now. No, I probably just woke up. That's what it is, and I got beverages right here, so yeah. And I think the footage is actually up. Let's see here. Yep, it is. All right, so the summit is starting soon, and we're gonna wait. We're just waiting for something to start. There's no audio, so don't worry, you're not missing anything. EUI's Asa Hutchinson here. I don't frickin' know. Don't ask questions. Just don't ask. Thoughts of New York redistricting. To be determined. To be determined. I miss when the Donald got involved in these kind of events. We can't see DeSantis become the new Jeb. Well, hold on, I think somebody's showing up, I think. What's this music? No. Is this the freaking Mission Impossible theme? I'm not gonna play the music. Nope. I don't want to get copyrighted. Ass will drop out before the primaries. Yeah, I kind of agree. Oh, they're playing something. The summit. Lame ass time.
Hello, America. We are live from the summit. We are going to be having coverage all day today.
We want Tucker.
Of the Family Leadership Summit.
It's all day.
Everybody, really, except for Donald Trump, is going to be here. Unfortunately, he had a schedule conflict and could not make it. But Tim Scott will be on stage here in a minute. Asa Hutchinson, Mike Pence, Nikki Haley. Vivek Ramaswamy and Ron DeSantis will also be on stage, along with Tucker Carlson, who's going to be joining us from the stage here in just a few minutes. He is going to be interviewing all of the candidates one at a time all day. We will also be talking to some of the candidates as they come off of the stage to see how it felt to them as they reset for another interview with Tucker. Carrie Lake will be joining us later. We wanted to make sure that we had the MAGA representation here, and Carrie's going to be joining us. Steve Dace will be joining us here.
So we're just going to mute this guy. I'm not a big fan of Glenn Beck. I mean, he's fine, but it's like, yeah, no. What's wrong with him? He just cringe. Low schedule conflict. It's always it's Trump with the most random shit. Oh yeah, I got a schedule conflict. I can't show up at 9 a.m. Bullshit. Add cringe. No, we're gonna for each of the candidates, we're gonna have a cringe counter. Who the hell is this?
And I've got a lot of things that I don't think anybody else is covering. This is his first event since leaving Fox News, and it's interesting because we are at the Leadership Summit, which is a very religious-based summit. These are for people that have the religious and family values.
If you don't know, this is sponsored by one of the most religious groups in Iowa, so it's definitely gonna be more pandering to like the evangelicals.
Here is kind of an interesting thing to be his first, because remember his last appearance before he left Fox, he was talking about a return to God.
He was, yeah.
And his first appearance here is a God summit, really.
Yeah, it's interesting, too. This is a marathon day for Tucker, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, he's interviewing one-on-one on stage different candidates from like 9 a.m. here, just starting in a few minutes, all the way till your interview ends. It's probably, 7:30 tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. I am not streaming for 8 hours. Hell no. Hell no. We'll go through like half of them. I'm not going to stream for 8 hours. No. Who decided this? Oh yeah, we're gonna stream for 8 hours straight. Screw it. Mike Pence would be so much better if he wasn't a neocon. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. Yes, you are staying. No, I am not staying for freaking 8 hours. No. I just love how chat loves my suffering. Sierra Tan for 2. Just wanted to say good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning to you, too. Good morning to everybody. America the Beautiful in the background. Yeah. You'll stream all 8 hours and 2 minutes. I am...
Back war. And what are we leading to here? I don't know. We haven't heard a real justification from the administration, and even if you heard it, why would you believe it? So it's going to be I think it's going to be interesting to see. You're right. People like Haley and Pence, who are kind of known as a little more hawkish on this particular war.
Yeah, that's actually a good
talking
point.
about this. And look, if they can't handle Tucker Carlson and have really good answers, you shouldn't be president of the United States. Also, candidates that haven't hit this that much, people like Ron DeSantis, who hasn't, he's been more focused.
All right, we got a couple super chats. Ben Cynics for 2. Wrap 24-hour stream when? Probably never. Okay, yeah, so we'll stream as much as we can, but I don't think I'm going to be able to stream 8 hours of this. But, so yeah, how they're getting away with this is technically not a debate. It's a forum. So Tucker Carlson's going to interview every candidate one-on-one. So, yeah, they're getting away from they're getting around the debate thing. It's not technically a debate. It's a forum. It's like how George Santos is not Jewish, he's Jew-ish. That's the type of games we're playing, because the RNC does have a monopoly on the debate stuff. So, that's actually kind of smart. I think there should just be a town hall, but that's just me. Just do a town hall, but hey, at least Tucker's going to be here, so... I'm not.
It's to see if is there another option? Is there someone else that people want to consider? And often with Trump, obviously he's just really good at kind of having all of the coverage focused on him. I'm going to be interested.
Yeah, I'm not really interested so far. I'll just stream till like noon or something if I were you, Rap. Yeah, I think it's gonna be for a couple hours, but I don't think it'll be for 8. I mean, that's pushing it. I swear, if DeSantis is last, I'm gonna be mad. Just freaking have him first. Well, they're gonna probably have him go last. I mean, that sucks. Is Chris Christie coming to this? Nope. There's no sign of him. We would have saw him already. You would have saw him in the background, waddling his way towards the stage.
That are shocking to me that they would be talking about Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
And he, I don't know if he has a chance of winning, but he does have a chance of being a vice presidential candidate. And I think a lot of these players may be running for that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this race, and this goes beyond the principles that we're really kind of focusing on today, but the race in and of itself is Donald Trump, obviously number 1 by a large margin. Number 2 by a large margin is Ron DeSantis. And then you have this third group where someone could break out of that.
Yes.
And honestly, Glenn, you look at the entire field, you might say, who's the one candidate who's exceeded expectations? That's probably Vivek, right?
Oh, big time.
He's made a lot of noise. He's seen polls in 8 and 10% range. We're not going to go through this entire primary without somebody outside of DeSantis and Trump having a moment.
I think it's going to be Ramaswamy. If I had to guess, it would be him. I honestly think Trump will debate at least once. Yeah, he'll debate. It's just a matter of when, I think. That's a good thing because, yeah, true. Now, this is going to be born without Christie's input. Ah, man. Yeah, it's like, I'm kind of glad he's not here because it would just be a waste of time. I'm just being honest. Put 10 points on the cringe counter for this long intro. We're going to do the cringe counter for each candidate. That's how we're going to do it here, all right? That's how we always do it. We do it live. Why does everyone say Vivek? It thought it was Vivek. Yeah, I thought it's Vivek. Like, it's Ramaswamy. I understand that, but bro, what was he
going
looking
on
at?
Over a long period of time? Where Vivek is consistent. He can go on friendly and adversarial interviews and perform really well.
Right.
And I think that's what's had him stand out so far.
We on stage right now is Bob Vanderplatz. He plays a very, very big role in Iowa politics. This is his summit, if I'm not mistaken. This is really his summit.
Yeah, this guy's a big rhino. I hate to say it, but not good, not good. And there's a reason Trump didn't show up. It's more so because his bozo's holding it. He's vehemently anti-Trump, so... Where do they begin? I hate the commentary. I don't freaking know. I want it to start. It was supposed to start at 9. Are they going to wait an hour for this? Thoughts on Tennessee. Who do you think will have the highest cringe counter? I'm going to guess, like, Haley. Or Asa Hutchinson. Where is the forum hosted? It's in Iowa. This is like a really big event for like evangelicals and stuff. Thoughts on the Iowa GOP? Solid. Solid but not perfect. Definitely need some work around the senators. Yeah, Grassley's fine, but like not so much the other one. Ernst, not good. Play some campaign trail. Well, we all know the second I start doing that, bam, it starts. So let's see. Hey, Rap. Which states will be red states in 2020s and 2030s? Honestly, it's hard to say now. I mean, 2022 has completely thrown everything out of whack. And I know 2022 is a midterm, but it's like, yeah, it's definitely thrown a lot out of whack. Who will have the lowest cringe counter? I'm going to guess, unironically, I think it's be Tim Scott or Ramaswamy. Just for the fact that Tim Scott's likable and Ramaswamy at least talks about issues. So, thoughts on the Tennessee GOP? Very solid. Very solid. I looked up the pronunciation. It sounds like Vivek, not Vivek. Yeah, I thought it's Vivek. I don't freaking know what these guys are talking about. Let's see. Reynolds won't endorse anyone until the primaries are over. Well, yeah, they have to. There's kind of like an unwritten rule where they stale the Iowa caucus because it's such an important state. Which wildcard VP possibility would help Trump the most? Honestly, I mean, a wild card? Ooh. Like, you talk about something that's, like, unlikely to happen. That's a tough one. Ramaswamy can be cringe at times. I know, but it's like, compared to everybody else, I think it's be like, not bad. Not bad at all. Zeldin. I don't think that's like crazy. There's been talks about it. So I'm not saying that's crazy. Ready for some Kennedy wins in Iowa, New Hampshire. The only reason that could happen is if Biden's off the ticket. That's the only way it could happen. Let's see. Are they starting? Oh,
she's coming.
There's the man.
And there he is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, God bless you.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go. The man is here.
Thank you.
Carlson. This is an epic moment for gamers.
Well, I kind of handed it to the audience, but thank you for making time.
Oh, I'm unemployed. No, I love Iowa, sincerely.
Well, we love having you here. And you got a big job today. You got a big role today in doing these interviews with these national voices, casting vision for the future of this country. What's your hope out of today?
To find out who they are, to understand. I mean, look, there are so many issues that any president faces over the course of 4 or 8 years. It's impossible to get, and probably not even very useful to get, a candidate's opinion. Where you want?
So yeah, Tucker, if you notice, he always wears like beige pants. It's the exact same pair. He always wears that, it seems like. I'm not even kidding. Go look it up.
I have to say that every year for the past 8 years, I put a new carburetor in my chainsaw.
You know, we need to move on. We need to move on. Okay?
No, it's great. It's great. Anyway, excuse me. That's true, as you know. But anyway,
bow tie. Yeah, that's kind of.
You know, you can ask questions about all the issues, and I think pressing issues in the news worth asking about. But in general, when you interview a candidate, I have found it's best to see if you can discover what the person's instincts are. What's their gut reaction to things? That's a much better guide.
That's good.
To what sort of president that person would be. And so I hope to elicit that. You know, what's this person like? That really matters. You know, and it's not just about virtue. I mean, I prefer virtuous people. I try to be one, not very successfully most of the time, but, that's important. But is this person pro-human? For me, that's kind of the bottom line.
Amen.
These are very interesting statements.
You know, when we looked at this, I remember I talked to the candidates before. The National Voice is a C3 event. This is not a campaign event. They shouldn't solicit. They shouldn't give out websites, all that stuff. But when I visited with them, I said a couple things. One is, when you come to the Leadership Summit, it's going to be a safe space. There's going to be no gotcha questions.
Right.
But there could be gotcha answers. And we've seen that from time to time as well. And so we're really trying to determine what is a person's character, the consistency of their convictions. What's their competency? There's a lot of people you know well that they want to be president. Are you prepared to be president? And then is this your Esther moment for such a time as this? So how do you try to draw that out of these voices and get them off the stump speech?
It's evangelical event. What do you expect?
Well, I was sitting in my hotel room in my boxers this morning thinking about that very question.
Well, there's something reassuring about this.
Yeah, not very reassuring. 2 cups of coffee.
Cringe.
And, I wrote out a bunch of questions. I can't even read my own handwriting, and I don't have my glasses, so I probably won't be reading them. But really, you can kind of... I've interviewed a lot of people. It's like the one thing I've done in life. And you just get a very strong feeling from someone, a vibe from someone when you're in the physical presence of that person. It's very different from talking on the phone or doing a Zoom or whatever the Chinese-controlled software is. And I'm sure it's totally on the level, don't worry.
I love
Just
Tucker
calm
when he's
down,
unscripted.
conspiracy nuts.
This is starting so well.
Tucker's not horrifying.
I'm not used to working in the morning.
He's a joker. He's flat out the joker.
I'm like walking my dogs at this hour. But you really get a different feeling when you're with someone physically. I believe in that. And so I've got like an opening question or whatever for
like
everybody, but the subsequent questions are always based on the answer. You know, I think, and worked at, believe it or not, 25 years ago I worked at CNN for years. And at the time there was this host there who really dominated cable television called Larry King. And everybody said, oh, Larry King's an idiot. He's never read a book. He's written 12 books but never read one. Everyone would make fun of Larry King. And I, of course, did too because I was shallow and mean. But then I became his fill-in guy. And I would, when he was on vacation, I would fill in for him. And I had a long talk with him about how to do the show. And he goes, no, I just listen really carefully. Like, I don't know anything. I'm the most ignorant man in the world. I've never read a book. That's totally true. I'm basically illiterate. But I'm interested in other people. And when they answer, like I follow carefully what they say. And that's the key. Because I like people. And I thought, Larry King's like kind of a genius, actually. There's a reason he was #1. And I've really tried to emulate that in the years since. Just listen carefully to what the person says. And of course, when you're interviewing politicians, like, they want to drown you with their words, none of which they mean. Like, I'm not pointing to anyone specifically, but like, there's just, it's a Vesuvius of words. Well, and another thing. And, so your job is to try to kind of keep it to the relevant stuff without being impolite. I try not to be impolite ever. I really try to be polite. But to try to, keep the person to stuff that will inform the audience in a meaningful way about who the person is. So that's kind of my strategy for all interviews.
Well, I think you're going to do great. I want to go back to when Darla and I had breakfast with you at Boca Grande. And it was a beautiful dining room. And it was quite large, and there's only a few others in there, and we thought we were going to talk to you about some kind of sensitive matters, and it's like everybody can hear what we're talking.
And I was yelling as
well. No, before you showed up, I said to Darla, I wonder if Tucker has an inside voice.
No. Talk to my many daughters about that. Lower your voice.
But we got kind of in a deep conversation about, guys, what we're seeing today is light versus dark, good versus evil. This is spiritual warfare. And what we're facing as a country right now, a lot of people say this is the most important election of our lifetime every 2 years.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people happen to believe it for 2024, that this is the most important election of our lifetime.
Of course.
How do you explain?
Well, I'm clinging to the hope that elections still matter. I really want to believe that because I'm American in a very fundamental way.
All right, I gotta mute this for a second. For those that just don't know what just happened, I think all my lights went out at once. So I'm now in darkness. It's 10 a.m. Why? Everything's breaking at once. This is fun.
The core issues.
Just great.
At all. I mean, there are forces, unseen forces, acting on people. It's funny, in February, I was like trying to think about what to do for Lent. I'm not a particularly faithful or virtuous person, but you try to do something. I already quit smoking, so what's next? And I thought, well, I'm just going to read the Bible. And no, I'm not going to do a Bible study. I'm a Protestant, so I feel like I have a right to kind of read it myself. And I'm sorry, I feel that way. And so I've been reading it since February, and I'm about halfway done. And I haven't talked to anyone about it. And I haven't just been myself reading it. And
I can see this
it's
is
like
awful,
the most interesting thing I think I've ever done, actually. It's unbelievable. The amount of drama in those books that has been hidden from me as a regular churchgoer in the Episcopal Church. Wait, why didn't you never mention this? This is unbelievable. What? But the two things I have come away with after reading the entire New Testament, and I'm up to Deuteronomy in the Old Testament, is with the exception of Jesus, every figure is really flawed.
Big time.
Flawed in a way where you'd be I don't know if I could be friends with that person. You know what I mean? Yep. Abraham enters Egypt and he's oh, it's my sister actually, take her. What? I was saying to my wife, who was a religion teacher, I was why didn't anyone, what is that? And she's like, maybe the point is that God takes people who are not perfect people, not only not perfect people, like they're so imperfect again, I don't think I can have dinner with them, and uses them for these grander purposes. That's the first thing I noticed. The second thing I notice is that
Tucker,
people, while they have free will,
get to the point.
of course, and they can make decisions and they live with the consequences of those decisions, they're not really in charge of the arc of history at all. They are being acted upon a lot.
Amen.
Okay? And I never really appreciated that because I'm American, and so I grew up with this feeling that we're the sum total of our choices. And, well, that's not what I'm reading at all. Yeah, people's choices matter. You need to do certain things and not do other things.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you are not in charge.
I'm just going to mute this for... I love Tucker, but come on. Just get to the forum. We're here for... Again, we're here for Tucker also, but it's like Nah.
I feel like it's really important to approach politics with that in mind. Like, a lot of these issues are symbols of this much larger
There's
battle.
nothing wrong with what he's saying.
And the final thing I will say is I do think we should approach these questions with humility.
I just want to see those candidates.
Amen.
That's why.
You know, we don't always know. I was at dinner last night at 8:01, which I strongly recommend. Surprisingly good lobster, kind of weird for Iowa. I'm like, is this from the coast of Iowa? No, but it was good. But anyway, we were talking about candidates, and I was eating with someone who's a Christian, and I said, I can't tell if this person is a tool of light or darkness, you know what I mean? So we don't always know, actually, at all, and we should always admit that. You know, I've got very strong feelings about all kinds of issues, but it's so important to be open to the possibility that I'm completely wrong, and that what I'm espousing is actually destructive, not constructive. So just to approach it with humility. Like, we're all about 100 times more ignorant than we admit.
Yes, amen. Paul would say, I'm the worst of the worst, right?
Yeah,
so I would.
That's a good place to start.
It is. I would suggest keep reading the Bible, and I want to finish here.
I can't wait to find out how it ends.
I'll tell you how it ends.
I know.
We win. We win.
All right, fine, I'll give you that.
Real quick. And then we got to wrap it up. But I think one of the reasons Darla likes you more after she meets you more is because you are very focused and you love your family and you think families are the bedrock.
Well, who else is on your side?
Good question. Some of us have family members that might, anyhow. But you really, I mean, that really just exudes out of you the importance of family.
That's huge.
Yeah, and it also just triggers me to judginess too, honestly, sometimes, especially with politicians. It's like, how do your kids feel about you? I mean it.
You bet.
You know, who cares what the crowd thinks of you? How many cares stupid votes you got? You know, if you've got a child who like hates you or whose whole life is organized around rebelling against you, maybe you should pause. Like, what are you doing in this ballroom? You have a child who's actively working to hurt you. That's a much more important relationship. And this is very common with politicians. They have family members, close family members, who really hate them. And I feel like, wow, you know, I have a lot of problems. I don't have that. And that is the most important thing. You know, I'm completely convinced that your obligations to other people flow outward in concentric circles. And it begins with your spouse, and then your children, and then your parents and your siblings, and then your employees, and then your coworkers and people you meet, and then the waiter at the restaurant. And I judge people by how much peace is in those concentric circles. Do you have a happy family? Yeah. You know, do they respect you? Do they love you? Are they functional? How are they doing? Do your employees respect you?
I'm sorry, I gotta read this. Rap is in complete darkness and all he can hear is Tucker's laugh. That is pretty much my situation right now because the freaking lights went out. They died the second. Oh my gosh.
And the reason we have a small eye is when you have a big eye in family or in relationships, you're going to have a train wreck. So we always say have a small eye in all of that. Tucker Carlson, you are going to do great today, and you have this whole audience cheering you on and praying you up.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's just leaving.
Tucker Carlson in his first live appearance. As I said to Stu earlier, it is interesting that the last appearance he made, he was talking about religion. Then he leaves Fox, for some unknown reason, and now he is here. And we are joined by Steve Dace from Blaze TV, who lives here and knows this very, very well. You follow politics probably.
No, my power's not off. I just think that it may be disconnected. I don't know. Tucker left calendar. My gosh, we're back to this.
I think the most important thing is, two things that you just heard Bob Vanderplat say that are very true about events like this in Iowa. That Iowans don't do gotcha questions. I'm considered Darth Vader here. Years ago I went out and tried for a job in New York City drive time. They told me I was too nice for the job. Okay, so Iowa nice, Minnesota nice. That's kind of a thing. So gotcha questions are not their things, but there are definitely such things as gotcha answers. I mean, you can absolutely faceplant in the way that you respond, and so that's the thing. Is they're going to look for sincerity and authenticity. That's big for Iowans. The other thing that matters that Bob said a minute ago is 500 pastors in the room, guys. And the reason why that matters is because those guys are going to bring with them on January 15th, they're going to bring 10, 20, 50, 500 people with them to the caucuses.
Well, yes, it's
and
evangelical
those people
state.
don't respond to polls. Iowa is notoriously very difficult to poll, particularly the caucuses on the Republican side and the Republican primaries. Our people just aren't easily identified. If you do the math of Iowa, just how difficult it is, right now we have the highest amount of registered Republicans ever, I think, in Iowa, 681,000. Wow. But the largest caucus turnout we've ever had was 2016 and only 175,000 voters.
Oh, my God.
So if you're polling the state, you're trying to figure out, okay,
who's going?
Of those which 150 of those 680,000 are going? But on top of that, you can be a registered independent, come in here and switch and vote Republican that day. And so trying to figure out who those people are going to.
Let's see here. This is beyond cringe. Watch Trump and Christie go to show up. I would laugh. Real reason Trump won't be here is because he needed his beauty sleep. That's not Trump. Trump only needs like 2 hours of sleep. Hey, Rap, which movie should I go see this weekend? Sound of Freedom or Mission Impossible? Go see whichever. I heard good things about both. But if you want to support independent creators, go with Sound of Freedom.
Listening and trying to process it for myself and for the audience, I'm also thinking about it as in regards to how it's going to play with the mainstream press. What if I am sitting in the newsroom of CNN, I am already writing that Christian nationalism is on the rise. You know what I mean? That this is a Christian nationalist kind of movement.
Right.
And Tucker Carlson is part of that Christian God, that Christian guard. How do you respond to that?
I think Iowans don't give a rip about any of that kind of stuff. I really don't. And, I worked at the Washington Times the last time we had one of these with the family leader and all the candidates came in. And so I was charged to write the post-event column about who was up and who was down. And the guy I eventually went to work for, Ted Cruz, was just kind of mid. He did okay, Donald Trump, who I was actually contemplating going to work for. In fact, he was there. He courted me. He was going to offer me a gig from what I was told. I was waiting backstage, and I mean, I heard so many groans and guffaws as he talked about John McCain as a POW and everything else. I thought, this thing's toast. He's got no chance.
That's when that happened?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I'm 10 feet from him when he is saying this, and I turn around. I won't tell you who it was. There was another candidate in the room. All right, and I turn and look at him, and he's giving me the throat slash sign like this thing is done, And then Bobby Jindal was the real big breakout star.
How did that go?
So all of us that were working in the media were, and Washington Times is conservative, but it's original legacy media.
Wait, hold on. Did he call Bobby Jindal a breakout candidate? He got like 1%. What? What is he talking about?
There's no reason to watch this or pay attention.
Here's the thing, though. I remember when I decided to go work for Cruz, one of the guys that I urged Trump to hire is Chuck Laudner, who's one of the best organizers Iowa's ever had. And Trump took my advice and hired him. And so I waited about a week after I joined Cruz. I called Chuck Laudner, thinking I'd be able to woo him to us because Trump was probably toast. And he said to me, Steve, I thought about resigning. And he goes, I've never seen anything like this. The amount of snail mail from veterans who are like, I can't stand what Trump said. I disagree with every word of it. But damn it, I'm so glad someone finally said something they really thought and didn't apologize for it and doubled down. And Chuck said to me, he goes, I kind of think something is going on here that maybe we've never seen before.
Wow.
I, of course,
You're
dismissed
it.
For
the first time.
Right? And Chuck ended up being correct. And I think that even though those answers to that day in the room drew a lot of groans, The fact that the next day Trump doubled down, did not apologize, did not seek genuflection to the Washington Post or New York Times, was an early signal right away. Okay, we're looking for an actual alpha male disruptor in this race. Maybe it's him. And if you go back to that race, the two guys that represented that, out of 23 candidates, Donald Trump represented that in terms of persona.
On the stage
Ted
now?
Cruz represented that in terms of ideology. Who were the two guys that got 75% of the total popular vote of that primary cycle? Donald Trump and Ted Cruz did. They got 75% of the vote out of 23 candidates.
So where do you put Donald Trump right now in Iowa?
I just think he's made a big mistake not coming here. He's the only person since Reagan, only Republican since Reagan that's won this state back to back, and he's won it comfortably. As coveted as my buddy Bob Vanderplaats's endorsement is here, and it's solid gold, Trump does not need that. He doesn't need it. So the idea that whatever personal thing is going on.
So let me play Donald Trump.
Sure.
Then why would I possibly come here and punch down?
You're not punching down. You're talking to these people. It's not, you first of all, I love Tucker to death. We all do. He has been very favorable to Donald Trump in his public comments recently. So you're talking to a friendly voice, someone you know personally, for 25 minutes, and you get to go around Steve Dace and Bob Vanderplaats and the governor and talk directly to 500 pastors yourself. Imagine this scenario.
Yeah, but he's up by 30.
So, back in 2008, Hillary Clinton led one of the last national polls by 29 points over Barack Obama. 3 weeks before the caucuses. 3 weeks later, she finished in third place. Totally upended the paradigm of the race.
Bro,
you're Donald Trump, and you take all these people for granted. And you come out here in 100, what is it?
Think that's the way they look at it?
Absolutely, they do look at it like that. Our governor's more popular than Trump and any of these other candidates combined.
Let me just break here for just a second and go to your governor. Mm-hmm. She's coming here today and doing something historic.
Yeah. We were, I think, the first state we had this. Finally, we got serious about signing actual pro-life legislation that would challenge Roe after 30 years. And so we started signing these bills that define when life began, whether it's heartbeat or personhood, right? And so we were one of the first states that did that, and she spearheaded that effort. And then our Supreme Court basically punked out on a 3-3 tie and said, well, we're not sure if it's true or not. And so she calls a special session to do pro-life legislation. You've been doing this longer than me, brother. You ever heard of a Republican governor doing that?
No.
I've never heard of it.
No.
She calls a special session in the dead of summer and brings all these guys back to ratify the same pro-life legislation that the Supreme Court tried to do a workaround, and she's going to sign it here at this event. When I was with Huckabee in 2008, if we could have gotten her predecessor, Terry Branstad, to endorse Mitt Romney, I'd have been like, I'll pay for that, okay? Because I've been involved in every caucus since 1996, and we've never had a statewide elected official who really had cachet with the kinds of Republican voters that show up at the caucuses. They're the kind, instead, people like Grassley are people like, but you vote for them because they're not one of us. It's because they're not one of them.
Yeah.
Okay? She's one of us. So alienating her is just not, it's just not a smart move.
I will tell you that I talked to one of your state reps this morning early, and he said she wanted to go much further. Mm-hmm. We actually had to pull the horse reins back a bit. And I was thinking to myself, why would you do that?
I mean, last primary cycle, guys, they couldn't get school choice plan or done in the legislature. She took out 6 Republican incumbents in a primary, including the committee chairman, to get this legislation passed. Again, she doesn't have the Ron DeSantis persona. Okay, she's Iowa nice after all. She is a grandmother, but she's on a mission here. And she has an incredible amount of juice with this group of people back here, and it's all earned.
You think she's going to look at Donald Trump not showing up as a slight on Iowa, and that pushes her away from Donald Trump?
I think
John, this came from Trump first, right? Because she said she just didn't endorse at all, right? And he was disappointed that she didn't endorse him, and that was where the controversy. It was Trump who was attacking her. My understanding.
Yeah, he called her out first.
Okay.
And I got a call from Jonathan Swan at the New York Times about 2 weeks ago saying, "Hey, I'm hearing from my Trump sources that he's going to attack the governor," and it was the New York Times, so of course I wasn't sure it was true. Okay, and I'm like, you
don't have enough. You don't have enough security around you. New York Times would never get me on the phone.
And I said to him, I can't imagine anything that would be dumber than that, so I'm just not going to possibly believe it is true. And then about 10 days later, it happened. And
That
and again, to be
okay.
fair to the former president, she has, and I mean, I went to Ron DeSantis' campaign announcement address because it was right down the street from my house. And I listened to the way she introduced him. I even tweeted it at the time. I mean, she has given Ron DeSantis every positive comment without an endorsement.
Okay.
So so to be fair, I can see why he's irritated, but she has
But
not
what?
endorsed him formally.
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to say 99 great things about DeSantis, none about Trump. But sure, that's not an endorsement of him. It's like it's like when Trump praises somebody but like technically doesn't endorse anybody. It's like, yeah, right. And plus, that attack was nothing compared to what Trump said in 2016 and even about Christie. That's nothing. That's nothing.
You look at it though, Steve, and say, in 2016, I didn't win Iowa. I didn't need it then. I don't need it now.
He wasn't an incumbent then. And we didn't know that he didn't need it then at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, he got the lowest percentage of in any contested state was the lowest percentage he got was here, 23%.
Yeah, so again, I go
Because
back
there's
from
50 people in the
Donald Trump's
race.
point of view. I don't need Iowa.
If Ted Cruz doesn't go out there and make one of the stupidest mistakes I've ever seen in apologizing to Ben Carson for something he didn't do for 3 weeks, and then your former boss Roger Ailes gave the code red, Ted Cruz was persona non grata, could not happen, and so Marco Rubio is celebrated for 2 weeks on Fox with the greatest third place finish in the history of intergalactic competition, right? Those are things that Donald Trump did not do himself. Fox did one thing for him.
Did he just say that? Did he just admit that, oh yeah, Fox was kind of trying to rig it in 2016? Did he just admit also that, oh, yeah, the Ted Cruz campaign, which by the way did steal votes, no, I should say that word. I should say they did mislead Carson voters into their camp. How can you deny that?
You don't overcome the things that he has overcome, the scandals, the controversies, the persecutions we're seeing now. You don't overcome those things and rise above them because you're letting other events you're not in control of control your fate. And that's what he's doing right now. And if you're close to him, I think if that ought to be what you're telling him is you're Donald frickin' Trump, man. Walk in, own this bleeping room.
Yeah,
walk
and
out.
he would.
And he would.
He would.
No question he would.
Yeah. So, who has the hardest job today in this room?
It's Ron DeSantis, and it's not even close. This is
Yeah.
He's very well liked by Iowa. He has put together
Oh,
the best
very
on-the-ground
well-liked.
organization this early on that I have ever seen.
Very well liked, but he's at like 12%. Again, Steve, this is what I'm talking about. Some of these people are just, I don't know if he's actually believing this or if he's actually delusional. But Iowa, he's in like he's in second place by a country mile. What are you talking about? He has the greatest organization ever. When half of them are quitting, based on some sources at least.
Do that.
So
He's got to lay the groundwork for that here in front of these people today.
By the way, we're getting ready for a return to the stage of Tucker Carlson, and then Tim Scott is going to be the first candidate. We're going to go right back to the stage as soon as that begins. But if you look at Ron DeSantis, he has seemingly everything going for him, except he hasn't made a big statement yet on Ukraine.
Made blunder after
He hasn't
blunder.
made any. Some of these things are critical, and I think people do believe on the right that we're fighting good and evil. I don't know if I've heard him speak in those kinds of terms yet, and I don't know if Donald Trump will ever speak in those terms, and so I don't know how important that is, but for me it is. But with what happened last night or yesterday with the calling up of reserves, he's got to address that in a big way, doesn't he?
Can't avoid it. I agree
he's
with that.
going to be in front of a guy for 25 minutes. That I think Tucker has demonstrated that Ukraine is to him what COVID was to me. An absolute red line exposing a larger scam from unseen forces that needs to be revealed. And so I had Ron on my show yesterday.
Did he just
And
compare
I
the
do think
COVID
that
to Ukraine?
the latter thing you said about the larger stakes at play, I do think he did a good job with that. I did ask him about Ukraine at the end, and I liked his overall foreign policy answer, but he did not give, I thought, a very specific answer where Ukraine was concerned as well.
It's got to end.
It's got to end.
It's got to end.
The number one thing he needs is what is the message that inspires people?
agree.
If you didn't follow Florida like we all did covering it, or you didn't live there, you know his reputation, but you don't know truly what he did and why.
Mm-hmm.
And he needs to come up with what is the, Morning in America, MAGA, what's the rallying cry? I think the ad they did with Casey last week, if you mess with our children, we're coming after you. To me, that's your rallying cry message. And if I was the DeSantis campaign, I'd make that the central message of my campaign.
No,
it's because they came after our kids, and so now we're coming after them.
Well, I will tell you, look, my son is 18 now. I'm taking him to a university tomorrow, and the first thing I thought when I read that today was, my son's of draft age.
Never happening. I mean, you guys maybe saw the clip from earlier this year when I was with Tim Pool, and I just said, never in a million years is my 16-year-old son fighting and dying for your Habsburg Dynasty World War I replay between two sets of elites I don't care about, Putin and the Davos Soros WEF globalist. My kid's not dying in that war. Never happening. And I think a lot of Americans feel that way. Absolutely never freaking happening.
All right, we'll have more. We have a lot of panelists. You're going to be handling one panel. I'm handling another, and we'll have that. We're getting ready now. They're introducing Tim Scott. Let's listen in a little bit, and then we'll join you back after Tucker.
He's
with
fought against critical
Tim
race
Scott.
theory and just recently supported legislation to prevent woke banks from wasting and wielding your retirement investments to force management to champion liberal social causes. Senator Scott talks often about his humble background and his quintessential American story. In fact, his mother was a single parent who worked hard to provide. This spirit of hard work and merit and determination, along with a strong faith in divine providence, helped propel him to earn a degree, own a business, and to serve his community, starting in the Charleston County Council and now in the U.S. Senate. I worked in the Senate. It's a unique place. I saw Senator Scott and his team up close. So I want to tell you two important facts about Tim Scott that you may not have heard. He hires the best people, truly. And that loyalty, and the staff is among the most loyal in the entire body. I think his staff turnover must be the lowest in the Senate. And his loyalty is two ways. They know that he's there for the right reasons, that he walks out his faith, that he leads with wisdom and humility. You know, it's said that familiarity breeds contempt, and that's often true in Washington. But for Tim Scott, it's engendered loyalty. That says a lot.
Come on, just get to the point.
He and his office also provide, even to this day, key support for believers. I'm thinking in particular the senator hosting numerous faith and law meetings for Bible studies and public events. This is a man who prioritizes his Christian faith and exhibits tremendous integrity. We were proud to host the senator in April for Heritage's 50th anniversary, which we also had Tucker Carlson at. You might have seen his remarks. They were outstanding, as were the senators. We really appreciate the hard work that he's doing to restore America to its true founding principles. So would you please join me in welcoming to the stage Senator Tim Scott.
Here we go.
Good morning. How are y'all? Isn't it good to be in a nation where you are free to praise the Lord? Hallelujah.
All right, fine. It's evangelical vet.
Since Tucker's not here, I'll just continue. But there he is. There he is.
I was listening to you. I was like, that's right. Thank you, Senator.
Absolutely. Good to
Thank you for doing this.
Yes, sir.
So we spoke backstage, and you said that you have slept in your own bed 6 nights in the last month.
Not much, yes.
But that it doesn't bother you at all, and you're having a great time.
Yeah, I said behind the scene here that what a blessing to live in a country where we are free to praise the Lord. Amen. And that the Judeo-Christian foundation of this nation sets the standard across the world. That is what we talk about when we think about John 8:31 and John 8:32. John 8:31 says, you have to abide in me, and then you will know the truth, and that truth will set you free.
Amen. So, a nation that great has to beware of threats to its very existence.
Absolutely.
Yesterday, Biden mobilized reserves.
Ooh, good start.
What do you think of that? And are you concerned that we're moving, as we seem to be, toward war with Russia?
Yeah, so I would say that without any question, we should never allow American soldiers to be engulfed into the challenge between Ukraine and Russia.
That's a great start.
Our boots on the ground should not be there. The ability...
That's a good start. Make it a 10 already.
My mama wanted to preach her, so I'm going to stand up and do it the Southern way.
Preach!
Hallelujah! So, literally, I think one of the failures of President Biden has been his inability to articulate America's national vital interest in the conflict or the genocide in Ukraine. America's national vital interest is degrading the Russian military. When we degrade the Russian military, we make sure that our home front is safer and that our NATO ally partners that would cause us to send soldiers over is safe. When we have the land contiguous with Ukraine safe, we keep our American soldiers at home, and our primary objective should only be to engage when America's vital national interests are being engaged in. Unfortunately, President Biden has no ability to understand and appreciate what that looks like.
Wait, may I ask, so you're saying that it's in our national interest, vital national interest, to degrade the Russian military, in other words, to fight Russia with other people's soldiers?
I would say it this way. If you think about the world order that we established after World War II, if you think about a rules-based system, where does a rules-based system come from? It comes from this nation, our Judeo-Christian foundation, that says that there are rules of the road, that there is something called absolute truth. And we established that. As a part of that absolute truth, what we're trying to do is make sure that our home front remains safe. Keeping our home front safe means that evaluating the actual threats to our country, the most immediate military threat that could happen is Russia. Why is a good question. You look at their 6th generation jets, you look at their hypersonic weapons, you look at their nuclear arsenal. Everything that we do that degrades the Russian military is good for America. You look at the long-term threat to our nation, it's China. The existential threat that we face long-term becomes China. You look at this rising axis of evil that we're seeing being formed, it's Russia, China, and Iran. Breaking that to pieces before it gets started, I think, is in our vital interest.
So on the day last February that Russia invaded eastern Ukraine, Russia and China were not allied. But within weeks of the sanctions that we applied and the stated intent of the Biden administration to effectively wage war with Russia, you saw an alignment which is now hardened between Russia and China. The United States military cannot, as you know, since you oversee it as a member of the Senate, cannot actually defeat Russia and China united. And so it would seem that the Biden policies have created a larger threat, no?
Well, I would say it by looking back to 2014. There are 2 times that we've seen incursions in Ukraine that create peril for America. The first time was under President Obama when he drew that red line in Syria and nothing happened, which gave permission to Putin to come in and take Crimea. The second time we saw was when President Biden sat back and watched as Scholz in Germany led the Western alliance to provide resources to Ukraine, which was a mistake colossal on our part. So what you saw was President Biden saying to Putin, I'm going to give you a list of areas that we don't want you to have cyber attacks. Weakness. Second that we saw, President Biden said, gosh, you know what? If you just take parts of it, it's okay. Well, when we have NATO territory that's contiguous, bombs, missiles on NATO territory creates a real challenge for our nation.
Well, you can see how it could become the Third World War very quickly. So why not force a peace?
Bro, this is just
How
not a
would
good
you
start.
Well, you could tell Ukraine, and they are a client state of the United States. Without American backing, there's kind of no Ukraine. We're literally paying the salaries of their bureaucrats. We want you to sit down, as they tried to do, but were stopped by our government, and stop this war.
Yeah.
And reach a peace as one does, where both sides, concede some of their interests. Like, why wouldn't that be in our interest to do that?
I think the faster we get to peace, the better off we are. What we don't want to do, from my perspective, is allow ourselves to ask for a premature peace that cannot be achieved as the alliances continue to come together. To the extent that we can find our path out of this situation, the better off we are.
So what's the point at which we'll know that we've achieved our goal? And I say that within the context of having watched 20 years of occupation in Afghanistan, where nobody could answer the question, what's the point?
Yes.
And no one in Congress ever asked that question, amazingly. So what is the specific goal here?
Yeah, so I would say that the objective should be for Zelensky and Ukraine to be able to achieve victory by maintaining as much of their territory as they possibly can, and then seeing the resources that we've deployed, along with our Western alliances, achieving the peace that I believe comes when you get these two folks to sit down and have a conversation that allows them to determine where those lines will be drawn for the next 100 years.
Okay. Where are you on the matter of sending cluster bombs to the Ukrainian military?
Well, if I was president of the United States, we wouldn't have to. Here's what you saw.
But now that we have, what do you think of it?
Well, I mean, I think they're there. So here's what I would suggest is that,
well, they're not. I don't think they're there yet. Do you think that we should send them?
I think that the mistake is when you have President Biden saying to the world,
look at Tucker's face.
Here are a host of weapons that we no longer have the ammunition to supply.
Bruh.
You have a request coming from Ukraine saying we need more of the weapons that you say you don't have to provide.
A bunch of kids are going to kill
as opposed to keeping top secret information in your closet. You go to the front pages of every news station, you go to the screens, and President Biden says to the world, we don't have the ammunition. And so what you see from Ukraine is they say send the cluster bombs over. Under my administration, we would have the resources and a defense industrial complex that provides the weapons that we need and our Western allies need. We wouldn't be in this position at all.
Do you think he should send them?
I wouldn't have to. He already has agreed to do so.
Huh. Let me ask you a sort of non-Ukraine question. So I was just in Eastern Europe, much poorer than the United States. But one thing you notice in the cities I have visited there is that there aren't a lot of, or really any, drug addicts living on the streets, ODing on the streets.
Cluster
the
bombs, so-called
they're homeless
illegal
problem,
in 100
which
countries.
is a huge feature of life in this country, doesn't kind of exist or seem to exist there. What do you think of the fact that we've got hundreds of thousands of people living on the streets and dying there? What should we do about it specifically?
In America?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that we are in the midst of a mental health crisis as a nation.
No shit.
Yeah.
You think about the fact that there are several pieces of the puzzle that come together that we have not yet addressed. You look back into the 1980s and early 90s, we had 600,000 additional hospital beds for mental health issues that we have today. So part of the crisis that we see manifesting in three major areas is a mental health crisis that we could help solve if we address the actual mental health crisis that underlies those issues. The first one is the fact that over 100,000 Americans have lost their lives to overdoses in the last 12 months.
Look at his face.
70,000 Americans have lost their lives because of fentanyl. We could stop fentanyl from crossing over our southern border by closing our southern border. Building a wall for under,
this is a decent
this
answer.
nation spends $7 trillion.
Tucker's face.
It would take $10 billion to finish the wall, and for an additional $5 billion, we could use the available technology to surveil our southern border and our ports of entry to slow down fentanyl from coming into our country. This is a part of that mental health epidemic that we face. Second thing I'd say is that we always hear people talk about gun violence in this nation. No one actually takes a step back from the conversation about gun violence and ask yourself, what does it appear to be? 55 or so, over 50% of gun-related deaths are suicides. No one ever says that. That is a mental health crisis. And you add those two together and couple it with the reality that because of COVID, we locked our kids out of schools because the left is so committed to the teachers' unions that they did the wrong thing for our kids. And what did we see as a result? A 30% plus increase of our youngsters going to the ER for mental health challenges. We need to get back to some honest bedrock truth that sets captives free. And the way that we do that is by focusing our attention on these three major issues that we need to address as a nation.
May I ask, and thank you for saying that about the 100,000 Americans, mostly young people, mostly not in the cities, dying every year. So that's hundreds of thousands just in the last several years. Why? And you said we should build the wall that was started and then dismantled. Why not build a human wall with, say, the reservists who were called up to go defend Ukraine? Why wouldn't they be defending our border?
Totally agree with you. Yeah. Well,
but there's no effort. I mean, the Pentagon has said, the last president kind of suggested that, didn't do anything about it, but he suggested it. And I think most people thought, well, that's not a crazy idea. And the Pentagon said, like, no, we're not going to do that, as if it's their call. Why would you fund the Pentagon if they are refusing to defend the United States?
That's actually, come on, Tom, come on.
Here's what I've already done in my legislation. I created legislation that says, now, let me just do a survey of the audience. How many of y'all think we need 87,000 new IRS agents in America? I can't hear you. Say it one more time.
Bro.
I think y'all said no. I agree. Why not take the Inflation Reduction Act that actually increases inflation and the 87,000 new IRS agents that are funded by the $82 billion in additional funding for the IRS, which the $82 billion, about $40 billion is a target. People making under $200,000 of income. Why not take those 87,000 positions and put those folks on the border? Why not increase the pay of our border and patrol agents? Why not give them the resources they need to surveil our borders and do the jobs that they desperately want to do? As President of the United States, I would sign my legislation and divert the resources from the IRS to the border so that we could secure our border.
You're going to audit all those people coming in?
Tucker's hammering now.
They said he was witty. I see it with my own eyes right now.
I'm for it, by the way.
Yes. Well, thank you very much.
Let's take a look at your taxes.
Well, here, listen. I mean,
no, but you would. Bottom line,
I would take
put armed Americans, federal employees.
The resources. I would hire more. I would not take the IRS agent.
No, I know. I'm just totally joking.
And run them to the border. No, that's not exactly what I mean. What I mean is that take the billions of dollars and put them where America's security needs are first, which starts with our southern border. And by putting that $40 billion of resources on our southern borders, we could close the
completely ignore the Ukraine
door.
part.
If you don't control your own back door, it's not your country.
Well, aren't you kind of being invaded at a certain point if you've got millions of military-age men coming into your country and hundreds of thousands of Americans are dying? Why is that not the job of the military to stop?
Listen, I don't disagree with you. One of the things I've said is that I would use every resource we have, to include the United States military, to stop the flow of fentanyl and to make sure that the Mexican cartels cease to exist.
Right.
I have legislation that does, I'll wait for that clap. I heard 2 people. I'm looking for 3. Can I get 4 in the house of God? Yes, this is great. Why
charismatic, but it's too much.
Why not use the resources of our country to do what is the primary responsibility of the federal government, which is national security?
Amen.
That's the job.
So what do you do? I mean, I can't imagine many people would disagree with that. I wonder what you do with the millions of foreign nationals here illegally, many with fake papers, who are here. Like, what do you do with them? You become president,
Deport them.
sworn in January 2025, and you've got, let's say, 7 million people who've come in the last 4 years. What do you do with them? Do you deport them?
I think it's a very difficult task to deport them all at one time, but here's what we make sure they never do, is you never break the law and become an American citizen by breaking the laws.
Well, hold on, but would you deport any of them? How many would you deport?
I think you have to start the process of identifying where they are. Listen, this is a really important question. I hope that we don't miss this. Because those folks who come into our country illegally, even those who are seeking asylum, go around our country, and some of the asylum dates for your court appearance.
Look at this.
Is 2033, 10 years from now. So finding those who have come to our country illegally has to be a part of the job number one. And that means that we're going to have to take a look panoramically across our country and make sure that we stop this thing called sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that receive our resources to make sure that the federal government cannot figure out where the folks are. So in order for us to achieve the goals that the really brilliant guy on the stage, I'm not talking about myself, wants us to achieve. That was a compliment, by the way.
Oh, sorry, it went right over my head. I was like,
I want to make sure I got it. Sometimes I give compliments. I have to let people
Brilliant's
know.
a little strong.
Okay. Really smart cookie over here. Achieve, we have to identify where they are. And I'm not going to pretend that will be an easy task, but that should be the responsibility.
Well, wait a second. The federal government's knows where everyone is because everyone has a smartphone and they're tracking you.
Yes.
You know, so we know anyone using a fake social security number, why not just drop them off in Tijuana? Bye-bye.
Well, I'm going to appoint Tucker Carlson as my bye-bye ambassador to figure this out. So we're going to work together on this.
A sincere question. Maybe the reason that people come by the millions, uninvited, illegally, making a mockery of the rule of law. I have to obey the law, but someone from Haiti doesn't? Or what? But they come because they know that no politician will say, come and you're leaving. They don't put up with this in Japan.
Absolutely. Well, they don't put up
you're gone. Why not do that?
Here's the fact. I would recommend that we do that. The question isn't doing that. It's finding the 7 million that's already here and getting rid of them was the first question. But the second question is a better question because if you look at the laws of Mexico, they have the same laws. They're stringent laws. The second time you're caught in the country, I believe the offense is 10 years in prison.
Oh, of course.
And so
it's a real country.
We enforce the laws of our country. If we did so, we would not have the problem. What we have today is a president who does not mind our border being insecure, unsafe, and wide open. If I was president, we would shut that down and we would stop folks. We would put back in place the asylum policy that requires you to receive or to request asylum on the countries that are contiguous with you, which doesn't include America, and we would also reinstate the stay in Mexico policy. So we would find a better path forward by just finishing the wall, reinstating policies that work, and stop that flow.
Well, so here's, I'm just interested because all measures are relative. So Russia's bad, Russia's a threat, Putin's evil, got it. But the total body count from Russia in the United States is right around 0. I don't know anyone who's been killed by Russia. I know people personally who've been killed by Mexico. The government of Mexico allows fentanyl to be made in its country and to come over our border.
Yes.
And remittances from Mexico are a huge part of their economy. The Mexican government is party to the murder of hundreds of thousands of Americans. So why is Mexico less of a threat than Russia?
Well, two things. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Okay, but
frankly, here's
no Americans killed by Russia, hundreds of thousands killed by Mexico, but Mexico's our ally and Russia's our enemy. How does that work?
Well, I'm not going to pretend like the legislation I have sponsored and I would sign as President of the United States freezes the assets of the Mexican cartels, targets the Mexican cartels,
blow them up.
Hopefully eliminates the flow of fentanyl. Because I do agree with you that 70,000 Americans losing their lives on an annual basis is an existential threat to America that we can solve. We don't have to choose the good news.
Would you be willing to say to the Mexican government, your economy runs on factories right over the border, car plants, for example, but many other manufacturing plants, and we're just going to slap tariffs on that and tank your economy? Tomorrow, unless you stop allowing poison to come into our country. Why not do that?
I say you use every tool available to stop fentanyl from coming across our border.
How freaking time somebody asks these questions? My God.
So I Googled you this morning.
And I did that last night with you, actually.
Don't ever do that.
I was like, wow, there's a whole lot to read here.
Oh, yeah. The pictures are fake, AI. But, I mean, there must have been 10 stories this morning about Tim Scott, shooting to the top and all super, super complimentary. And all these big Republican donors, like, Tim Scott's amazing. And a lot of support from some of the big money centers in the Republican Party, so congrats. I mean, every candidate wants that. But it got me thinking, and I'll ask all the candidates this, but what are the big issues on which you disagree with your donors?
Yeah. So, good news is, I'm glad to hear they're all flocking to me. I wish they would go ahead and write the check too, because we haven't seen that yet. I will simply say that the issues that I strongly support is I believe America can do for anyone what she has done for me. We are living in a time.
How's that different?
Thank you, ma'am. We are living in a time when there is this pervasive force, radical left, parts of corporate America, that continues to force this culture of grievance on the American people. And along with the culture of grievance comes this drug of victimhood, the narcotic of despair. That folks actually have figured out that you can make a profit off of conflict. I want to stand in the gap and say the truth of my life disproves the lies of the radical forces that believe that we should be in constant conflict with each other. America needs positive, powerful, biblically sound leadership to regain the high ground. It's one of the reasons.
Look at Tucker, he's just trying not to laugh.
It's one of the reasons why when I became a Christian September 22nd of 1983, I started reading the gospel and understood that I'm a part of a bigger family, that a guy who grew up in a single parent household, mired in poverty, who wanted to know, who am I according to my Father?
Really does not. I don't think Tucker wants to be here.
I found in Galatians 3:28 that I'm actually adopted, a joint heir in the family of God. And as part of that family, all things are possible. And there are forces in this nation that hates objective truth. Here's an objective truth. 2 genders, 1 truth. You see, here's where we have to get to. We have to get to a place where we are willing to understand and appreciate the strong foundation on which we stand. And whomever doesn't like that, count me as a force for the good of this nation. Count me as a guy who believes that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that you ask or imagine. And if you write a check and you don't like that, you can have your money back. Because I don't stand for donors. I don't stand for folks who contribute.
Expert at filibustering.
I stand because there is a man who walked on this earth for 33 years, who paid the ultimate price for our freedom. And if I'm going to do my job is, according to Matthew 25:21, well done, my good and faithful servant.
Religion, yeah.
That's the job I have. That's the place I look for my support. If you play for an audience of 1, it doesn't matter who makes the contributions.
But how does
frankly,
this deal with the donors?
I don't know those donors that you're talking about who are flocking to my campaign. I'm looking forward to them coming. I really am. I look forward to it. I've heard the stories myself, but what I haven't seen is the millions and millions that you're talking about. But I will accept your check too, by the way. So thank you very much, Tucker, for wanting to be a contributor.
So I'll just end it with this. First of all, speaking for myself, I love what you just said, and I agree with it. Amen. It's just that a lot of Republican primary voters have gotten kind of cynical because the Republican Party doesn't care what they think.
Tucker wants to leave, yeah.
And you just look at the polling, what Republican primary voters think, what is the Republican Congress doing? Like, there's no overlap between the two at all, okay? So over time, people get a little bit cynical, and they think, but you're in it, so you would know that maybe donors are kind of driving the agenda and not voters. Yeah. Well, and I've lived in D.C. my whole life, and that's totally true, and you know it too. So are there cases, can you just name one, where the donors have come to you and said, I really like you, but this is the issue I really care about, where you said, I actually just disagree with you?
Well, let me give you an example where I am already consistently on the record. One of the areas, I'm the leading Republican on the banking committee. I think when banks go belly up and leave the bag for the American taxpayer. We should claw back the money from those bank executives. I led that legislation to get that done, number one. Number two,
donors don't like that. So
they don't like that at all, no question about that. But we should not be concerned about the donors. We should be thinking about a responsibility. My responsibility is to the bosses that I serve. And when you're a United States Senator from the state of South Carolina, the primary boss I have are only South Carolinians. Whether you vote for me or not, I work for the people. As President of the United States, I will work for the people. Let me tell you what I'm running on, and this is really simple. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. Number one. Number two, my mother worked 16 hours a day as a nurse's aide. She'd come home after changing bedpans and rolling patients, and she taught me one very valuable lesson.
I don't know.
There is dignity in all work. Therefore, if you're able-bodied, you work. That's called America. Number three, if you commit a violent crime, you go to jail.
This is
period.
So bland.
Number four, men should compete in sports against men. And number five, our southern border is the major national security issue our nation faces. Closing our southern border,
then why do you talk about
because of the national security risk that it poses, is absolutely in America's best interest, period. And for those who don't like common sense conservative principles driven by the Judeo-Christian Foundation, choose another candidate. It's that simple.
Senator Tim Scott, ladies and gentlemen, South Carolina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
All right.
Like it up.
That is Tim Scott. I think he finished strong there.
Yeah.
I was a little taken by his almost wishy-washy stance on war. He didn't want to take a stance on, I think the clearest
We're just going to mute these bozos because there's no point of listening to them because they're just going to say, oh my God, Tim Scott. That was bad. That was freaking terrible. Who thought, oh jeez. So yeah, we're just going to chill for a little bit until I get back on the stage. So we ended up with 100,000 cringe. Good job. Good job. Scott sounds like he's just trying to use the Bible just to win the election. Yeah, but he is Christian, so he is very religious, so. All interviews are less than 30 minutes. Bro, then how is it going to take 6 hours? I don't care, Glenn. I don't care. Can't bring Christy out. The stage is a weight limit. Reset the counter. Yeah, we're going to. All right, who's next, I wonder? I hope it's... Who is it? If it's Asa Hutchinson, oh God. That's going to be interesting. Seeing Hutchinson and frickin' Tucker. Okay, if it's we're going to keep the Tucker dead inside counter, but... If it's Hutchinson, what should be his special counter? Because for Tim Scott, it was religion. Tim Scott makes Chris Christie look competent. I won't say that. Right? How much Scott had? Tim Scott had 100,000. He had 100,000 cringe. So... let's see. Tim Scott, I wonder if Chrissy will move the same way Scott did. Well, Chrissy's not even here. He's not even showing up. Trump counter. Ooh, yeah, there's a couple good ones for Ass Hutchinson. Trump. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Trump. Yeah, we're just gonna have Trump moment. Trump counter. Yeah, that's a good one. I wish Trump was attending. I would have laughed if he just shows up. He just shows up. Trump's a guy that would do that. All right, let's see if there's any super chats. Nope, there isn't. All right. Just checking. So again, if you want your questions for sure answered and any of that good stuff, the best way to support the channel is either joining the channel or sending a super chat. I gotta remind everybody every hour or so. We're gonna be here for a while, I think. Ass would just talk about common sense and problem solving. Yeah, but he's gonna mention Trump like 50 times. It's like, how do you think you're gonna win? What if Andrew Tate? No. Just no. Honestly, I don't care what Glenn Beck is saying, so. The Donald is here. I would laugh. He just shows up. He just freaking... Trump's a guy that would do that. He just shows up. Warmonger counter for Nikki Haley. Yeah, that's probably what it's going to be. Trump will come out when DeSantis is supposed to. Yeah, I mean, well, isn't Carrie Lake supposed to show up? Oh my gosh, is this the plan? Like, Lake's gonna be like the cover up and like Trump just in the background waiting? He's like Emperor Palpatine, he's just in the background scheming. Let's see, Emperor Don. Did you watch the Tate Tucker interview? Nope, I have not. Not seen it. Where's my boy Tucker at? He just got off the stage with Tim Scott. Tucker did great. Tim Scott was awful. That's all I gotta say. What YouTuber ticket would you support? There's really not many conservative, like, actual conservatives on YouTube. That's a thing. For Pence have accounted for every time he says something neocon rant if he said something good. Yeah, that's gonna be Mike Pence in a nutshell. Every time he says something great, it just dog shit after. Which GOP candidates will you 100% not vote for in general? Christine Hutchinson. I really doubt Trump is showing. I don't think so, but it would be funny. He would be the guy to do that. Just show up. Why? Because it's effing Trump. Hopefully, they get through this quickly. Let's see. Scout was based. No, he wasn't. That was awful. Let's see. January 6th counter for Pence. I think it's going to be for every time he's like, says something base, he says something like absolute dog shit right after. That's him in a nutshell, like I said. You would vote for Haley? Yeah, because at least she's, I mean, her foreign policy is her biggest problem. Are there any Democrats you would consider voting for? Maybe RFK, that's it. Maybe. That's pushing it. Trump will fill Tucker's position when DeSantis set to take the stage. Trump will then grill DeSantis with questions. Oh my gosh! That would just be awesome. Just Trump is like secretly Tucker in disguise. Can you just imagine that's like the... What's that one... Oh gosh. I'm trying to think. Where it's like they all have masks on of each other. It's like, I'm not really him. I'm this guy. That would be... I wish Trump would do that. Bro, what the talk about The View? And vote red no matter who. Scooby-Doo. Yeah, Scooby-Doo. Why can't I think of that? Frickin' it's a Scooby-Doo scene where it's like, I'm not really Tucker Carlson. I'm really Donald Trump. That I wish you would do that. Oh snap! Tim owning The View, so based. What's taking so long? Yes. We want the next candidate. Yeah, they're just gonna give like Tucker a break because he probably lost all of his brain cells. Oh gosh, there's Tim Scott. Oh,
Let's talk a little bit about what you talked about. First of all,
Yes, sir.
we missed the first point on the 5. We've
Yes.
got you work, you go to jail, men against men in sports, and the southern border. What was the first one? Do you remember?
If you take out a loan, you pay it
Pay
back.
it. Okay, good.
Because here's what's happening, Glenn.
Bro.
In the Biden administration, the radical left and the progressives continue to push their version of socialism
Yep.
wherever they can find a hole. The Supreme Court rules against the $400 billion student loan giveaway.
Right.
And what does President Biden do just days later? He tries to do it again in a smaller amount.
Republicans would do
This is
that.
unconscionable. Why should my mother, the nurse's aide who worked for
Correct.
barely more than minimum wage, be stuck with my student loans?
Right.
It is not right. It's unethical. I
It's
believe
also not
immoral.
right. I didn't go to. At 30,
Yes.
I could finally kind of afford university.
Yes.
So I didn't go
Bro.
because I couldn't afford it. My parents couldn't afford it. At 30, I enroll, and then I get a divorce, and I can no
Socialism.
longer afford it.
Yes.
So
Socialism.
why now do I have to pay for somebody else's loan who might turn out to be a doctor and make all kinds of money? I mean, I'm not crying poor mouth
This
here.
looks like an NFL
I can help.
Okay.
But the average person can't.
In America, if you take that loan out, it is just your
loan.
responsibility. It's not mine. It's not
not gonna
yours.
Do
touch
you
the
believe
counter.
that to be true with the banks?
Absolutely.
The banks are getting all kinds of money from the Federal Reserve all the time.
Yes.
And if we don't teach them, dude, you made that deal. It's on you.
So one of the things I did is I've been working on and passed through the Senate passed through the Banking Committee legislation that simply says that when a bank goes belly up, why should taxpayers
Never.
be on the hook for that?
Correct.
We should claw back the bonuses and the resources that the
not against
executives
that.
made and hold that bank wholly responsible. If we had that in place, I think more banks would be more prudent with their decisions.
Of course they would.
And that's called common sense, individual responsibility, and it is a part of the American ethos that has always been
it a
our
wired
value
headset?
system.
Okay, so let me
It
talk to you
is.
about it. I found you.
Bro.
I mean, first of all, I love you. You know that. You are a huge, huge help on the ESG front. So
It's important.
I love
So
you.
very important.
But I was, and mainly because I'm a dad. And
Yes.
I've taken my son to a university this weekend, and I saw the news, what President Biden did yesterday, calling up reserve troops for, what is it, Operation, I don't know.
Atlantic Resolve.
Atlantic Resolve.
Yeah.
Yes.
And my first thought was, my son is of
Okay,
draft
this is actually a good
age,
question.
and my son is not going to fight in a war that I don't even know what we're fighting for, and I don't agree with. I don't think we're the good guys. I don't think Ukraine are the good guys, and I don't
That's
think
kinda
Russia's the
sus.
good guys. I want somebody to stand up and say, no, we are not going to go into World War III.
Agreed. So here's what I said there, and I've said it a dozen times before. Using our resources, and I do believe that in America's national vital interest is seeing the degradation of Russian military, not with our troops, not with our boots on the ground,
Right.
not with our military. And so what you've seen and heard from me, you'll consistently hear. I do not
from
believe,
Trump.
nor would I, as President of the United States, send American troops to Ukraine. Having our resources degrade what I believe is America's number one most existential military threat today. We know China is on the move, and we know that they are our long-term existential threat. But having the ability to degrade the Russian military to slow down this rising new axis of
Jeff
evil
Duncan's
between
good
Russia,
from South
China,
Carolina.
and Iran is important to the American people. And frankly, as with two brothers, one who served 32 years as a command sergeant major in the Army, who dropped out of the University of South Carolina because my family cannot afford for him to go to military, go to college, like you just talked about. My other brother, raised by my dad, went to the Air Force Academy, spent 26 years in the Air Force. My dad, 27 years in the Air Force, 85 years between the three of them in public service in the military. Sending any of my family members or your family members to a foreign land for a purpose that we cannot identify is just an impossibility for me. Therefore, what I believe is using our resources, but we have to have accountability, which we don't get under the Biden administration.
We don't get it at all. We have 37% of our attack subs in a dry dock right now.
Yes.
We're not able to use them. Our strategic oil reserve is gone.
Absolutely. I'd add number 6 to the list, by the way, day number 1.
Yeah.
May I write it down for us?
Yes, you may.
6, XL Keystone Pipeline restart certainty and predictability in our regulatory
I'm not
state.
listening to this guy anymore. Screw him. Screw it. I can't. All right. Jeez, let's get to the next person already. I'm just going to, mute it. Screw it. I don't want to get copyrighted either, so. Rap, please tell me you got screenshots of Tucker's face. Yes, I did. That's probably going to be a new profile picture. It's freaking gold. But yeah, it's I don't care. Why? You've been saying the same thing for 20 minutes now. Yeah, we'll just have to do with submarines. Or they talk about the Titanic one. Too soon? Too soon about that? Nikki Haley's first action as president will be to send in troops to Ukraine to light up the sky like it's the 4th of July. How bad was it? That was awful. That was D. You know, hold on. Let's grade it. Hold on, chat. Start a poll. Grade Tim Scott's performance. A, B, C, D / F. I'm very intrigued what everybody got to say. People are saying A. There's some people capping. There's definitely some people that are just full of it. Who put A? Yeah, who put A? Oh my gosh. There's some of you are full of yourself. Yeah, stop the cap. Stop it. Yeah, I think Asa Hutchinson's next. Oh gosh. There's probably worse coming up. Yeah, Hutchinson's next, it sounds like. No. DeSantis probably last. He's sweating bullets right now during his last-minute prep. Yeah, I don't think he's feeling too good. Realizing Tucker's going to go loud. He's not going to just freaking go around the questions and actually ask stuff.
In just a second on stage, more with Tucker Carlson, but I want to go to Steve Dace. Steve, this is your kingdom, as I said to you off the air.
No, go away. Shoo.
Does what happened there with Tim Scott? What did you see that made a difference?
I don't think we know yet because it's the first interview. And the cadence was interesting. I mean, the senator chose to get up and address the crowd as he was answering Tucker's questions in kind of an oratory and to make sure he had his talking points. So it wasn't conversational. Will everybody do that? Will some people do that? Clearly, the news of the president calling up reservists to potentially go die for nothing in Ukraine, you have to address that. Tucker, I think, was right to address that right from the outset and try to get specifics there. So I think we have to wait till things play out a little bit more, Glenn, to see, how this will wear. I will say I thought he was very likable, but I did think his standard stump speech boiler, plate stuff, I thought it was going to get more enthusiasm from the crowd at the end.
That was go away. Rap pain counter. Nah. It does alleviate the pain that some of y'all are sending super chats. It's the only thing that's keeping me sane. But yeah, if you guys keep supporting the stream and stuff, I'm just going to stay here. If you guys enjoy it, I'm just going to sit right here and have pain. We need you to do this at the 2024 GOP convention. Yeah, I will. That's going to be the plan. Bro, can we just get to, Hutchinson already? Because that's going to be worth the laugh a couple times. I truly think that's going to be we're going to hit the bottom of the barrel with that one. Rap is going to sit right here and eat Culver's. Well, I don't got it. I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm not going to have lunch for a while. So this could be pain. It should be pain for the next couple hours. So, it should be fun. We need you live in person like this guy. Well, I'm going to try to sneak in and, try to cause chaos. I'm joking by that. I'm joking, but... Watch me Chris Christie next. It's not. He's not there, I don't believe. I'd rather have Rap talk about the event than this guy. Yeah, because I'd like someone to be entertaining and just be, truthful about it. I would say, Tim Scott, you fucking sucked. That was F tier, go away. I would say that. I hate when these people just, pretend to say, oh, you did a great job. Just one thing. We wanted more answers from. Nah, I would just say, screw you, you sucked. We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. Yeah, I agree. We need another Christie Town Hall. No, absolutely not. Let's see. Will you be streaming the Utah special primary? When is that? Probably. Rap at the 2024 convention. I'm going to try, if they allow me in, I may go there. It's be one of those things where it's hey, can I just stream illegally in the corner? Thank you. I would do that. If they allow me, I would, if they give me a little booth or something, I would go there. That would be freaking awesome. Just me in the chat with 12,000 subscribers trolling the living shit out of some people. That would be good. If I got I would do that. If I got a little booth and stuff, oh yeah, we would go. You would talk with Scott the same way Trump talks with Rosie O'Donnell. We need more Christie Town Halls. No! Go to the DNC and identify... Go to the DNC. Oh, man. Asa Hutchinson about to be the dark horse. Just watch. It's good. That's going to be bad. Or get to freaking Hutchinson. We want Hutchinson. We want Hutchinson. All right, we want chaos. Asa Hutchinson is such a joke candidate. Yeah, it's sad. No, we don't. Oh, are they doing something?
Right, and there
Are there moderates
not
here?
many.
No. In
Yeah.
an audience of 500 pastors?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. There's nobody that's real moderate.
All right, my. Imagine Hutchinson goes full MAGA populism and wins. Then in office goes complete Bush mode. Well, Bush did that. Remember? He said we need to put America first, and we can't we can't put boots on the ground. It's like the dude, he grifted about that. Remember? Go look it up. He said we need to be America first. Yeah, the wall. Yeah, there's be some good questions by Tucker, I think. Difference is that Bush was actually popular. Yeah, it's his last name. That's what carried him. Did you hear Ben Savage from what? Ask Hutchinson's Rhino established a neocon. Yeah, it would be funny though. Hold on. Oh gosh.
In that, where are we getting back to the limited role of government, that we don't have to invoke ourselves in every societal position out there? Let's limit the role of government. Let's let parents and doctors make decisions.
Then why don't we allow 18-year-olds to drink beer in Arkansas? Why don't we allow them to get tattoos? Why don't we allow 15-year-olds to get married? You vetoed a bill that would have protected children, not adults, children, to whom a different standard applies, from a life-altering permanent procedure that has effects we can only guess at, but the early indication is they're very serious and very negative in some cases. And now you're telling me you do that because you're a friend of limited government? Okay, then why are we preventing kids from drinking? Sincere question. Or getting married? Sincere question. Having sex. They're not old enough to have sex.
All right, so how is he going to handle this? It's going to be fun to watch. They've just introduced Asa, and Tucker Carlson is returning to the stage. Watch.
Oh, God.
This is Iowa. Whoa, pig silly. I was at the newspaper in Little Rock 30 years ago, and you were an indelible figure then.
You were the establishment. You were the. He was an editorial writer for the Arkansas Democrat.
Yes, I was.
So you were in charge of the world.
I had to pay 0 speeding tickets while I had that job. It was the best.
What?
It's a great state. Thank you so much for doing this. So I wanted to talk to you about your veto of the anti-puberty blocker trans surgery bill in April of 2021. At the time, you said that the bill was extreme and that it would interfere with the treatment of minors seeking to transition from male to female or female to male. Given, and I'm not attacking you for it, but I am asking if in the subsequent 2 years you've had rethinking of that. Have you reassessed your view on it since then?
Well, first of all, I want to ask, how many of you all are parents in this room? I'm a parent as well.
Drinking alcohol.
And
that's alcohol right there.
What I believe in is that parents ought to raise their children. I believe that parents ought to be in control, and I also believe in the Constitution. I believe that God created 2 genders, and that there should not be any confusion on your gender. But if there is confusion, then parents ought to be the one that guides the children. That, to me, is an important fundamental principle. Now, obviously, you could take it too far, and if there would have been a bill that said you should not ever have transgender surgery as a minor, I would sign that in a minute, because no parent should be able to consent to that permanent change. But this bill did go too far. It was unconstitutional. It interfered with parents, and so I sided with parents on that bill in managing the most sensitive issue that a parent can face. And I believe in a limited role of government. And so, you know, I don't think that California ought to be able to tell parents, you need to have gender-affirming care for the children. The government should not do that. And in the same way, let's keep the government out of it unless it's that extreme case, and let's let parents guide the children.
This is Iowa.
I stand with parents.
What are you doing?
And amen for standing with parents. And I think everyone in the room would agree with that. But the reason I asked the question was not to bring up a sore subject, which I know that it is, but to ask if in the subsequent 2 years, you had said that you drew the line at castration of physical altercation of a child's body because it's permanent. But in the subsequent 2 years, I think we've learned that hormone therapy for prepubescent children is permanent. It changes the bone structure, it changes the brain of the child. A lot of people believe, including me, that it destroys the child's life, but it is permanent. It's not reversible. So given that and the standard you just articulated, do you have different feelings? I mean, this is a permanent change we are making to a child. Why would we allow that if we don't allow surgery?
Well, permanent change is one issue, but also hormonal treatment is a different issue and can be a different issue. And whenever you look at the bill that I vetoed, there was not any grandfather clause in there. Again, I respect legislators that have a different view, but I think independently, I think of the parents, I think of the Constitution, and actually the court, if you read the decision of the federal judge that struck it down as unconstitutional, really sided with parents as well.
But how is it treatment? I guess that's my question. If you have a child who says, who's born a boy, I want to become a girl, he hasn't gone through puberty yet, he's say 10. Is it treatment to prevent him from going through the natural process of adolescence? How is that treatment? It seems not like treatment. It seems like something else.
Well, you'll have to, Tucker, I hope that we'll be able to talk about some issues. I know that.
Well, this is one of the biggest issues in the country, and I think every person in this room would agree that it is a central issue because these are children who are being altered permanently, and you can defend that alteration, that change, if you like. But there's really no debate about whether or not it's permanent. And so I think it's fair to ask you in a calm, rational, and I very much hope polite way, why you would support that.
Well, I didn't say what I supported, I said what I vetoed. And whenever you look at children and what they're challenged with in life, I think it's important that in the most sensitive issues that parents are able to guide them through that challenge. And so I don't like the schools pushing transgenderism. I don't want the schools, for example, when President Obama issued the order from the Department of Education that you ought to have bathrooms in the schools that the children can choose what their gender is and go to which bathroom they think they are that day. I said that is not consistent with the law. I said that.
But you said that children should be able to choose their gender, and their parents should be able to affirm that, and the state has no role in getting involved. So how is that different? You're saying that a child shouldn't be able to choose a bathroom, but he can choose his sex? I don't understand.
Let me finish what I said. Let me finish.
Oh, I hope
you don't mind.
Well, please do.
Fight!
And the finish is that I told Obama they were wrong. I said it publicly that the school districts can ignore that guidance. And so that's where I think the government should not be pushing an agenda in our schools. And that's what I oppose. And so I want the government to stay out. I want the parents and communities and our faith to guide us through these difficult decisions. And so I'm a parent, and whenever I think it's very important that if a child goes to a teacher and says, I think I'm a boy, but I think I might ought to be a girl, well, the school, and they want to do something about it, the parents ought to know about that. And so like New Jersey is totally wrong in suing the school districts that want to be able to tell parents. These are fundamental principles that parents have to have information. They shouldn't be denied the ability to know what's going on in the school with a child. And then they make the decision. They can go to the doctor if the child is suicidal, if the child is struggling. They discuss hormonal treatment that would delay puberty. I don't think this government should come in and tell the parents, you can't give the child a vaccine, or you must give the child a vaccine, or you cannot give them the treatment that you think is important in discussion.
But so, and I think you're a person of good faith, and I'm not attacking your motives at all. I'm just trying to get to what they are, and I will stop with this. But you have repeatedly described delaying a child's natural progression from childhood to adulthood through adolescence. You described that as, quote, treatment.
Is he British? I don't know.
And so that raises clearly you've answered the question. You believe it's treatment. You believe, I suppose, that people can change their sex. Because if you don't believe that, you wouldn't call it treatment, would you?
Look at his face.
Well, God created two genders, and that's what I have stated. And whenever you look at the decisions on that, no, I don't support that. I wouldn't make that decision in my family about changing genders. And I don't believe that taxpayers' funds should be used for transgender surgery or treatment through Medicaid or Medicare or in our military. I don't believe that should happen because traditionally, whether it's the Hyde Amendment that you prohibit funding of abortion with taxpayers' dollars because it violates the religious commitment of many people, the same principle should apply here. I'm saying one simple, fundamental thing, that we have to have a debate as to what is the limited role of government. Let's encourage parents to make decisions. Obviously, they can go too far, and you draw a line, and legislatures have to do that. But that is the reason Arkansas is one of the first states that had to address this, and we handled it. The law has been suspended because it was unconstitutional. Other states have done a better job in it, have redrafted the laws. I haven't read them all, but they have varying different degrees of changes in it, such as having grandfather clauses where you don't force a parent to take the child out of state whenever they're undergoing treatment.
Well, no one would be forcing the child to go out of state. The parents would make that decision. But one of the powers that government did usurp over the past several years is the right to decide what medicine you take in the form of COVID mandates. How did you feel about that? And how many COVID shots did you take? And how do you feel about it now, in retrospect?
How many COVID shots did you take?
0.
Yeah! Yeah!
But I think it's fair, and I can see that you recoiled when I asked you that question. And I don't think, honestly, you should be asking people about their medical care, but that became a matter of public policy. And I do think that the whole country ought to pause and assess, like, what did we just go through? How do we feel about it now? And so it's a very straightforward question.
Well, I'll give you a straightforward answer on a number of points there. First of all, in Arkansas, we had no governmental mandates. In fact, we passed a law which I signed that prohibited government from mandating the vaccine to be taken by government employees.
Bless you.
And whenever the
bare minimum.
And whenever the Biden administration said that even the National Guard had to take the vaccine, I called my adjutant general in and I said, make sure that you broadly interpret every exemption. We don't want to lose National Guard personnel because of their refusal to take a vaccine. And then, of course, Arkansas joined in the litigation challenging that from the Biden administration, because whenever you're looking at the vaccine, it should be individual choice. We shouldn't be firing people from government because they make that individual decision. Yes, I took the vaccine, and I went out and held town hall meetings where we brought in medical testimony and local doctors and talked in the community about it. So I think we made the right, I made the right decision taking the vaccine for me, but other people can make a different decision.
For sure, but do you think that now, what do you make of the evidence that there were an awful lot of people injured by it? I think, well, that's factually true.
YouTube, come.
And it does.
Gotta mute this part for a second.
If we care about people, we should also care about people who are injured by a drug they were coerced.
YouTube, chill. I gotta cut this last.
Well, I think there is conversations about that, but let me talk about the pandemic a little bit more. There were some decisions were not perfect. I had to make the best judgments I could during the pandemic, and as a governor, I made 2 decisions I think were very important. One of them was that whenever you look at the businesses, there was enormous national pressure to say you're an essential business, you're a non-essential business. Non-essential businesses have to close down. I looked at that and I said that every business that provides a job for a family is an essential business, and I'm going to keep them open. And the second, and because of that, our economy recovered. We didn't shelter in place, which were one of few states that made that decision. The other one was I kept our schools open after that spring where we all went virtual. I said this is not working, particularly in a rural state. And as a result of keeping our schools open for in-classroom instruction, Arkansas ranked number 2 in the nation for days of in-classroom instruction during the pandemic. That was good for the students, it was good for our communities, it was diminished the learning gap, and so we don't handle things perfectly, but we make good judgments, and those were 2 that I think will stand the test of time.
So I want to ask you a question that Senator Scott and that I asked Senator Scott, which is, do you think, and would you as president use the U.S. military to seal our southern border?
Well, it's very important that we use our military to support our protection of the southern border. What I would do in approaching the southern border, and of course I was in charge of border security during the Bush administration.
Yes, I know. Yep.
And as some people might remember, we didn't get it perfect, but it looks perfect compared to what you see today.
For sure.
And so I have a little bit of experience along the border security. I was head of the DEA, and so I had to deal with Mexico and reference the cartels. And that is probably the number one thing that is important, is to address the cartels, to declare them foreign terrorist organizations that harm Americans, that cause a great deal of human suffering, and are responsible for bringing fentanyl in that's killing our citizens and our young people.
Yes.
And so the southern border, we need to increase our borders resources with our Border Patrol. We need to build the infrastructure, including continuing the wall, but we also need to have technology that supports the protection of our border. We need to reform our asylum laws, and then we have to go after the cartels. A very specific plan as to how to bring security to the southern border.
I hope Tucker asked a question about
immigration is important to our country.
Yes.
And we're a land of immigrants, and we want to cherish that. We don't want to lose that. But we also need to make sure that we protect our border from a security standpoint and from a sovereignty standpoint that defines a sovereign nation whenever we can control our borders.
Amen. And I think most people agree with that or say they agree with it. But just to more precise action questions. So we have U.S. military personnel in over 100 bases around the world. The president, as you saw yesterday, mobilized some reserves to support the effort against Russia in Eastern Europe. Why wouldn't you use uniformed and maybe, I mean, you ran the agency, so you may know the answer, and I'm ignorant, but why wouldn't you just create a human wall of American military personnel and just kind of fix the problem immediately? We could afford to do that. We don't want to do that for some reason. What am I missing?
Well, a couple points there. First of all, the military is always an option that might be needed at some point. But I want to be able to fix it without having to use
How about when 7 million people come in? Is that the point?
I would like to be able to do it without using the military for a couple of reasons. First of all, we want to show strength with China and making sure we have a military presence in the Philippines. We want to make sure that we show strength in Europe and that we're able to maintain a military that has a global presence. And so the military has a lot of responsibilities. Secondly, the military...
May I ask you to pause? Are those responsibilities more important than protecting our own borders?
I'm going to finish my answer first. The second reason is the military is trained to kill people. And they're not trained in traditional law enforcement responsibilities. So it's a different mission. We utilize the National Guard, but our our regular military, I hope we don't have to use in the border, that we can solve the problem without that. Now go ahead.
Okay, but if I describe to you a nation in which 7 million people had moved without permission, most of them military-age males, and bringing with them, they brought poison that killed over 100,000 citizens of the country into which they were moving every single year, you would say this is an invasion. This is not only a challenge to a sovereignty, this is proof that sovereignty doesn't exist. You don't control your country. It's not really your country. And you would say that's an emergency. In fact, you might even say that's worse than what's happening in Ukraine right now, from an American perspective. And so if that doesn't meet the definition of an emergency with which you'd use the U.S. military to respond, then what does? What's happening in the Philippines? I mean, I'm not mocking you, but what is happening in the Philippines that's more important than that?
Well, the Philippines is close to Taiwan, and so that sends a signal, of course, that fact that we have our bases there, that if we have the right personnel, the right equipment there, then we send a signal to China, don't touch the freedom of Taiwan. And I think that's important. But in terms of what is important, obviously, whenever you look at the Trump administration, they took steps along the border, but they didn't put the military personnel there. And whenever you look at how we can solve that problem, if we can solve that problem short of it, there could be, there's some candidates that advocate using the military to bomb the labs in Mexico. Well, that is called an invasion, and I'd like to be able to do something short of invading a neighboring friendly country, and there's ways to do it. I've worked as the head of the DEA with President Vicente Fox at the time to dismantle one of the cartels. And we can do it again. We've got to use economic pressure on Mexico in order to be successful in targeting the cartels. This last week was extraordinary. Down in Mexico, you're seeing them use roadway bombs, the cartels, and it wound up killing civilians. Mexico has to wake up to the threat to their country and to their economy and to their citizens from the unleashed power of those cartels. The United States needs to support that and pressure Mexico if they're not going to cooperate.
I'm a little confused by the orientation. So, of course, there is a drug war ongoing in Mexico. It's been going on since you were involved in government. But it's the carnage in the United States that I think most Americans are worried about. So you just described Mexico as a friendly country, and we need to help Mexico get the drug cartels under control because they're killing people in Mexico. But they're also killing hundreds of thousands of people here, and nobody seems to care. So we can argue about, what the policy solutions are, but it's the emphasis that I think is very striking to a lot of voters. Like, where's the outrage? 100,000 people die of poison sent through Mexico, and we call them a friendly country? I don't understand.
Well, you haven't been to my town hall meetings, which
but I'm offering.
Nobody was. Well, in which I talk about the fentanyl crisis in our cities. And Tucker, you're absolutely right. Whenever I have a friend that I call up who's in New York City, but he's from Arkansas, and I call him up, talk about a political question, my campaign actually, and I said, what are you doing in New York? And he said, my son, who is a college-age student, went to go watch a baseball game in New York. He goes out in the street, as he should not have done, and he bought a Percocet pill.
Yes.
And the Percocet pill was laced with fentanyl. And he overdosed and he died, and so the dad was there to pick up and recover the body. And so fentanyl is a crisis. It's the #1 cause of death between those ages 18 and 49 in America. So it is a crisis. It is serious, and it has to be addressed both with going after the cartels, controlling the border, but it's also about what Governor Kim Reynolds did here in Iowa and had a fentanyl conference, which I attended, in which parents who had been impacted were trying to educate others about the danger of illicit drugs, particularly fentanyl, and how they can be laced with other drugs. That's the kind of education effort we need here. It's about addiction counseling as well, and families struggle with this. I've struggled with this. And so, yes, it is something that I take very, very seriously.
Yes.
I'm passionate about, I'm outraged about.
Amen. When you pray, what do you pray for?
You know, great question. I heard your interview. It was really great today with Bob Vander Plaats, and I saw that you got to Deuteronomy.
Yeah, I've only gotten there, but I'm pretty psyched for Judges, I'll tell you that.
When you get when you get to James, you asked me what I prayed for. There you go, Bob. I pray for wisdom. In James, it talks about if any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not. And that's the old King James Version, I know. And upbraideth not is like a child that's coming to a parent and saying, can I have something, and you fuss at them. God never fusses at us or upbraids us for asking for wisdom. So I pray for two things. One, that I'll be a good steward of God's blessings to me, which are the opportunities in public service. And secondly, that He'll give me wisdom. And there's human wisdom that understands the affairs of man that Daniel and David were so wise in. But then there's also the eternal wisdom, the wisdom that we can see our lives through the lens of eternity and recognize that the votes that I cast, the vetoes that I do, it's not just a matter of accountability in history or with your constituents, but we're accountable as believers in eternity. And so I ask for the wisdom to have an eternal perspective, the biblical worldview that's important to me, that I learned at Bob Jones University, that I learned at the Religious Freedom Conference at the University of Notre Dame, at which Francis Schaeffer spoke. And I put that into practice in my life as a young lawyer before I was the youngest U.S. attorney. We started a Christian radio station, first FM radio station in Bentonville, Arkansas, in which we had James Dobson, we had John MacArthur, Chuck Swindoll on there. We believed in that Christian ministry in our community. We started a Christian school before school choice was the movement of the country, because I wanted to make sure my children had those different options. And so that's how I put wisdom to apply in my life personally, but also in the public arena.
That's the best thing to pray for. I appreciate it. Thank you, Governor. Great to see you.
I got to say one more thing.
Yes, please.
All right, I heard you say, Bob, that I can do this. First of all, I want to congratulate Governor Reynolds and the legislature for the heartbeat bill that's going to be signed today.
Okay, finally something decent.
Arkansas has been ranked as the #1 pro-life state in the nation. I'm proud of that. We want to protect the unborn child. But I also wanted to say that all kinds of people here with different backgrounds, you've got different candidates as a favorite. I want to get on the debate stage. I think you want a robust debate. I want the people of Iowa to make the first cut on who's going to be the presidential nominee. And so help us get on the debate stage. My website is asa2024.com. And if everybody in this room gave $1 and then told 10 people to give $1, you'll get me on the debate stage. I'll give Iowa all the credit. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great to see you, Governor. Thank you.
It's over.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. You know, at one point in America, the hopes and dreams of hundreds and hundreds of people as they looked up into the sky and those in the sky that looked down.
It's over. Thank goodness. Oh, for just $1, please. Oh, that was. I'm stunned. I'm baffled. I'm bamboozled. You guys want me to listen to this crap? Okay, draw a poll. Fine. Asa Hutchinson's performance. B, C, D, F/E. What is everybody saying? F, D. There's no A. Nobody's giving him an A. I don't care what you say. No. No A or S. No. Highest you get is a B. No, you're not getting A. No. Z. Oh, jeez. Alright, any super chats? Am I missing anything? So again, since Asa Hutchinson was able to plug his crap website, if you want to support the streams and you want me to keep going, make sure to join the channel or send super chats. Those are the best way to support the content. I had to do this because Asa Hutchinson promoted his website, so I'm allowed to promote my own stuff. So join the channel if you want to send super chats to support the stream, because I'm losing all my brain cells listening to this crap. That was freaking awful. There's nothing redeeming. That was just terrible. Yeah, everybody's saying F. The poll is on a bell curve. Let's see. Who's next? I think Haley. Haley is next. Not that many super chats today. Yeah, I've noticed that. It's fine, but it's like, I'm surprised by that. Is the next George Washington? He's giving me 99.9% approval. So true. Who's worse, Hutchinson or Christie? Yes. Yeah, so apparently there's a reason that Christie, avoided the debate. Apparently, this is a source of mine, Krispy Kreme is selling a dozen donuts for 86 cents. That's right. Krispy Kreme is selling a dozen donuts for 86 cents. I wonder why Christie's not there. I wonder. Yeah, that was excruciating. Yeah, this is why you should support the channel. So I have to, because I'm forced to go through this. I think I'm going to do one more. I'm going to do one more of these clowns and I'm done. I am not sitting here for 8 hours listening to Nikki Haley. No. All right, the 75% gave an F or E, 15% D, 8% B. Trump should campaign. Let's see. Well, if Christie still resigns here in New Jersey, he's probably getting better donuts down the shore. Randall's gone insane. I'm still in darkness. Yeah, I'm going a little bit insane here. I have to listen to these idiots for 3 hours. I'm not staying for DeSantis. That's 6 hours away. No. Unless you guys start supporting the stuff, I'm not going to do that. Unless you guys keep liking the stream and stuff, I may stay for a little bit longer than Haley. Or whoever's next. I'll stay as long as I can. Because I do gotta go after like a couple hours. I do gotta go. Eventually. Not now, but... Raptors going schizo. Yes. I agree with that. I'm gonna stay for most of them. I don't think I could stay till 6:30 though. That's pushing it. That is pushing it. But yeah, I just want to see, like, okay, it depends how long, like, if it's 30 minutes per person, and they're going to probably have, like, an hour break in between. I almost guarantee there's going to have something. We need to invade Belgium. True. Stay. I'm staying for a while. I am, but you guys, if you want me to keep going, support the stream. I'm not losing my sanity to freaking Asa Hutchinson for 3 hours. But it's actually going a lot faster than they said it was going. Oh gosh, I'm hoping they get through this quick. Where's Asa Hutchinson post-game interview? I guarantee you they're like, nope, he's gone. Nope, he's gonna piss off the evangelicals even more. So. Rap can't stay because he needs to take his Christie airplane style map. No, there's been stuff happening behind the scenes that are good news. There's some good stuff happening behind the scenes, but can't say much. Can't say much. This isn't really a debate. A debate lasts all day. Yeah, but at least this is going by quick. We went through 2 idiots so far. Let's see. He'd be like, we need to bring the draft back. Don't give her any ideas. Hey, let's see. Rap is campaigning for Christie. Hell no. Absolutely not. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the next whoever. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Let's see who it is. It's me. Mike Pence is next. Ooh. Mike Pence is actually going next. All right. Rap, what? Can you give us a hint as to what's happening behind the scenes? No, because I don't want to promise anything. I don't want to promise anything that just doesn't happen. So. Oh, he's back. I'm just going to mute all of this. I don't care. Oh, shoot. Gotta keep that going. So Tucker died a little bit, that stream. Yeah, Pence is up next. This should be... Bruh. Who are these people? I'm just gonna, pretend this didn't happen. Are you gonna do another stream later today? I may. We're gonna see how far we go. But if you guys want me to keep going, just support the stream. Join the channel. Subscribe. Share. Keep going. Keep doing stuff. Haley would put boots on the ground and draft 16-year-olds. True. Gosh, it's so weird seeing these guys, muted. You can only imagine what they're saying. This should be 3 hours and 15 minutes long, based on the speed this is going. We've gone through 2 people so far. There's 6. Haley would, let's see. We have 2 hours to go. Woo! I can do a bad lip read. Okay, so last week I saw something last week. I saw a squirrel. Oh my god, I have cocaine! The squirrel had cocaine, actually. I don't know. I don't freaking know. Bad lip reading. I don't know. How cringe these guys are pretty bad. They're cringe. Do a bad lip reading. Right, so again, like I said, last week I saw a squirrel. It's very hard to see a squirrel in these days. It's hard to do it live. It's very hard to do it live. There's only 5 people in Thrap, not 6. Oh, that makes it a little bit doable then. Squirrel Biden. What are you saying? I'm trying to lip read this guy. Cocaine squirrel. Average DeSantis supporter. It's so hard to, like, if it was, like, not live, I could do it, but it's like, it's live. So hopefully something happens shortly. Oh my gosh, this is so weird, seeing these two. If Trump shows up, stay. Well, like, I'm supposed to know. And who are these other people? What's even happening? Is that McConnell in the background? No. No context rap. I saw a squirrel doing cocaine. I'm trying to bad lip read these people. All right. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know how long we're gonna keep going. It seems like people are getting kind of like bored of this. Because it's like nobody gives a crap about these people. So, will you start to cover the 2023 elections? Yeah, we haven't heard much, so I can't really cover them. Hold on. Keep streaming. Yes. No. If there's 6 of them, that's gonna be terrible. Keep streaming. Yes, yes. No! Why are you doing this to me, people? Lose my sanity. But just like right now, I think they're going to take a break for a while. So I'm just going to turn this off. Why are you ending? We've only seen 2 people. I'm not staying for 8 hours just to see freaking DeSantis later. 100% yes. We'll stay for a while, but share with your friends, like the stream, all the generic stuff. While we wait for the next candidate to get on. So yeah, we're waiting. Just waiting to see what happens next. I'm still in darkness. Turn on the light. I can't. They all went out at once. Frickin' my luck. Get those lights off. No. Get the lights on. They won't turn on now. It's not fun. Not fun at all. All right. Yeah, how many people actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah. So we got 6 idiots we got to listen to. Open a window. Check the news. Why? What do you mean check the news? Yeah, I'll get Axios up to see if there's anything interesting happening. All right. There we go. Wrong thing. There. All right. So we got some well, let's look at some Axios stuff, see if there's anything interesting. So, yeah, we saw the if you didn't see yesterday, there were some interesting votes on the House floor yesterday related to the what was it? It was freaking the aid to Ukraine. Like, they wanted to ban the aid to Ukraine and it failed miserably. And then you had the cluster munitions. That also failed miserably. So, 2 big L's were had yesterday. Yeah, let's read this one. The House on Friday voted largely in party lines to pass key legislation setting military spending levels of policy. The bill was amended to include controversial conservative language on abortion, transgender care, diversity programs, and book bans. The House voted 219 to 210 to pass the National Defense Authorization Act. 4 members of the right-wing House Freedom Caucus, Biggs, Buck, Crane, and Massey, voted against the bill. Davis, Jared Golden, Perez, and Vasquez, all moderates from swing districts, voted for it. I wouldn't call them... oh, we got a super chat. Siraton for 20. Hope this helps. Oh, thank you. You know, you don't have to send me the super chat. It's just nice to know you guys are actually still paying attention. That's all I really care about. So, but thank you so much for the super chat. Again, it's greatly appreciated. All the support is all helpful, but yeah, I just have to check to make sure they're not back on. They're not. So, yeah. But thank you so much for the super chat. Again, I'm not one of those people that beg for donations. I'm like, okay, if you want to support the channel, support the channel. But you guys interacted with me and stuff. Keeps the stream going. So, thank you very much. Let's continue reading this. I'm actually intrigued. The bill typically passes by wide bipartisan margins. The bills passed out of the Armed Service Committee by a lopsided 58-1 vote, but Democrats incensed by Republicans passing an amendment to block Biden administration policy, allowing the Pentagon to cover abortion-related expenses, largely came out against the final bill. Some Freedom Caucus members were upset their amendments restricting aid to Ukraine failed, but most came around to supporting the bill. So this was kind of the big thing. So what happened was there was I forgot who proposed it. Was it Gates? I'm pretty sure Matt Gaetz, he proposed an amendment that would have banned aid to Ukraine, and it failed. So that stinks. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said Thursday that the upper chamber will begin voting on their version of the NDAA next Tuesday, with votes on a reasonable amount of amendments. The Senate's product is likely to be markedly more moderate than the House versions. The bill will then go into a conference committee where negotiators from the 2 chambers will hammer out their compromise measure. This could end up putting House Speaker McCarthy in a similarly difficult situation as the debt limit. Oh boy. Appreciate and enjoy this live stream, so just a thank you. Oh, thank you very much. I do appreciate all the support, but yeah, I do wonder if this is gonna end up like the debt situation, where like the Freedom Caucus gets pissed off at McCarthy again. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that they couldn't ban cluster munitions, which I consider them war crimes if you use them. Go look them up. It's not good. I mean, 100 countries banned them, but we're sending them to Ukraine? It's like, not the biggest fan of that. Not at all. Is there any more candidates incoming? Yeah, so then we got Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, Ramaswamy, and DeSantis. Campaign trail. Actually, I want to bring up something related to, and actually, I'm gonna save that for the members video because I gotta post a members exclusive video today still. That's fun. Let's see here. Yeah, so they had the stuff here. Yeah, Taylor Greene amendment to strip $300 million of Ukraine aid out of the bill was rejected, 89 and 358. Another from Matt Gaetz blocking all security assistance to Ukraine went down, though the vote put nearly 1/3 of the GOP conference on record as opposed to Ukraine aid. That's pathetic. That's only a third. I keep getting ads on the stream. I'm not the one that does it. It's YouTube. And this is my problem with YouTube. I love it because it's like giving me an opportunity to do this. But it's like, there's just some problems I have with it. I'm not the biggest fan of. So yeah. Biden has been given Order 66, aka start World War III. Nah. I don't know. We got our super chat. Zeppelin LZ99 for 5. Did you hear the New York court struck down the House map? So that's a bit misleading. It was a Democrat court, and from what I talked to some people in the state of New York, what they're gonna do for the GOP, they're gonna do the same shenanigans they pulled last time because it's an independent. It's a commission that does it now, I believe. And from everything I've heard, and I can actually pull up the thread now. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up because it actually explains it better than I ever could. So it's from somebody on Twitter that knows the situation better. Right. All right. I got it. Do you know who redraws the maps? The newly empowered New York Independent Commission. This really isn't that big of a deal. The Independent Commission maps have to get 2 map attempts rejected by a 2/3 majority of the legislature to redraw. If Democrats reject the first map, Republicans could sabotage the commission's second attempt, sending the power to redraw back to the courts. So, yeah, this is actually pretty smart. If Democrats somehow get redistricted power back and draw Kugelmander 2, it will go thrown out in court again, because a 6-3 majority rejected the original map. One judge just disagreed on if the redraw had enough time to be done for the 2022 midterm year. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, Republicans are appealing this ruling. It's possible it doesn't even stick. So, there's a possibility the map just stays. So, I hope they play shenanigans when it comes to this, because I personally think that's the way to go. Especially with how they're going to try to do it. The county map, the current map is fine. Fewest county splits possible is always the way to go. There's better ways to do it, but yeah. I think there should be a redraw to a lesser extent to clean up some of the districts. Like, just very minuscule changes. Just clean it up. But yeah, I agree with it. It actually works pretty good. I think Lawler's going to hold on. He seems popular enough. Unless they gerrymander him out. That's the only way I could see it. That person said the Court of Appeals is the highest court in the country. What the F? No? Did I miss something? If the person who created a case against... Let's see. Is the person who created a case against gay marriage here? Yeah, hold on a minute. There's something was cooking. Some guy on this chat a couple days ago, he said that he filed a lawsuit to get rid of try to overturn Obergefell. And days later, the Texas Supreme Court's hearing a case about it. So I don't think the guy was full of shit. I think there's a guy that straight up showed up in the chat, gave a super chat saying, we're doing a lawsuit. And it actually happened. Holy shit. Holy shit. What was he cooking? Some guy in Texas. I thought that was a joke. But some guy actually filed suit. Let's see. It's so crazy that you can draw a safe art district in Brooklyn. Yeah, I think it's because is there a large there's a large Orthodox Jewish community in Brooklyn, right? Is that why? When I say that, I'm just like, I'm curious. I don't know for certain. I'm pretty sure there is, but is that why? He's cooking. Yeah, I thought he was full of himself, but it's real. And, ooh, we got some breaking news. Hold on. We got some major news for the 2024 Arizona Senate election. This came from Tyler Boyer, who is one of the bigger names in the Arizona GOP. We will make sure Blake represents us here in the state of Arizona with the emoji of soon. And as a reaction to this tweet by a good friend of mine, Gabe, go follow him on Twitter, of course, he posted this. This is the future of the Republican Party. Oh, people who have lost. Most politicians have lost at least one race, if not more in their lives. Reagan, Lincoln, Nixon, many have lost and then come back later and achieved great things. It's not about if you lose. It's about if you have the courage and perseverance to try again. And then he posted this. Come on! Get us Senator Masters. I don't care how many millions must be sacrificed. We are getting Masters in the Senate. I agree with the sentiment. Masters for Senate W. Huge W. But yeah, I agree. It's like this idea they lose once. I mean, everybody, look at some of the biggest names in history. Lincoln, Reagan, Nixon. Nixon lost a bunch. And then he won president twice. He got 2 terms. Look at many people. Bush, I think, lost one. I know that's not good, but it's like, he's lost. Biden lost a bunch. Just keep going. Can Arizona recall Hobbs? I believe they can. I thought you said Lake, not Blake. Yeah, I said Blake. We need Blake Masters. Get Blake in the Senate. Let him cook. Hey, Rap, do you think Nixon was a populist? He had populist rhetoric. So, he's not really popular. I mean, he has populist rhetoric, so I guess that's close enough. Hey, Rap, do you think, let's see, what would actually happen if Obergefell actually gets overturned? What would happen is, like, Alabama and Mississippi would, like, would ban gay marriage. That's what would happen. These people, like, these polls that show a majority of Alabama supports gay marriage, like, okay, a majority probably in America does. Probably 60%. But you're not going to tell me with a straight face you think the voters in Mississippi and Alabama support gay marriage. I do think there is a silent chunk of voters that are privately against it. I really do think so. It's not a majority, but I think it's a decent amount, at least. So, yeah, that's my opinion. My opinion on it. They should wait until a super bad recession to overturn it. Well, that may happen next year. But, yeah, we're probably not going to get a decision on that for, like, 2 years, I'm guessing. The voters in Arkansas support transition children, though, at least according to AS. That's bullshit. That is the biggest pile of dog shit I've heard all day. Oh, yeah, Arkansas, they support it, all right. Do these people actually believe that? They actually believe a majority of people support it? Senator Hun Cow. I don't think he's going to win. I want him to, but I don't think so. Obama lost a congressional primary in 2000. Exactly. So these people that say, oh, you know, if you lose once, you can never win again. That's bullshit. That is complete and total bullshit. Yeah, let me check. And do people know how his I think people forget how Obama's like career started. I gotta pull that up. But yeah, people just forget like how Obama got elected. It's the funniest story I've ever heard. If Obergefell gets overturned within a year, will Republicans be screwed in 2024 like in 2022? It depends. It depends. It depends on how and why you lost. Yeah, I mean, it's like Master's situation. He got killed with funding. Obergefell ain't gonna overturn John Roberts. I know that they're not gonna go overturn it probably, but Biden and Obama were anti-gay marriage until like 2012. Yeah, it's like these people like to say, "Oh, gay marriage has always been popular." What? What society are you living in? So we're gonna be here for a while. It looks like. Remember the California voters voted to ban gay marriage. Yeah, but that was like 2008. That's a little bit different. But yeah, it was 2008 they voted to ban it. What's even happening? Absolutely nothing. It is popular. Stop thump. Let's see. Robert's descent in Obergefell. Yeah, but that was different. I mean, he's changed since then. You should just eat lunch while waiting. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking we get some food. Because so far it's been very, very iffy. All right, so I want to pull up the video and I'll be right back.
Economic power.
Like, you guys are going to hear this.
This kind of economic power is being used through organizations like the World Economic Forum and WEF and even the Democratic Party to destroy people for having an opinion. And these big corporations have all dropped all of his product and are destroying him right now. And it is absolutely criminal. And, you know, I would hope that Tucker gets to a question today about the corruption in our government, even if they will just talk about the corruption of the cocaine at the White House. I mean, this is insane. People on the Secret Service, if that is true, then the Secret Service should be reevaluated from top to bottom.
And you talk about the corruption, right? And particularly, again, let me go back to how Republicans have related to corporate America for so long. It's basically tax cuts. We want to stimulate, economic growth. And again, I'm not against those things. But at a certain point, you have to understand, we're giving tax cuts to corporations that turn around and try to implement the agenda of the left.
Correct.
And if you're a candidate who doesn't understand that, right? If you're a candidate that says, "Oh, there's no such thing as corporate tyranny. Tyranny can only come from the government," then to me, you're past your prime. You need to find another line of employment.
Is the problem that that tyranny is coming from corporations, or is it that tyranny is coming from corporations banding together with government? I mean, I think this public-private partnership is the real tyranny, and it's been happening. They get the tax cuts because they have the money to lobby. Where do you have a lobbyist? Because I don't.
Right. I think it's both, right? And I think this is why the battle between DeSantis and Disney was so instructive. Again, we saw what the typical garden variety Republican, how they would respond to the largest employer in their state exerting political and economic pressure on them.
Yeah.
And that response is to fold. So yes, the tyranny is coming both from that partnership where the government says, we can't directly censor people, but we will be in contact with social media companies to get them to censor people. So I think any candidate has to be able to articulate clearly how they would bring corporate America to heel. To say, look, we believe in the free market.
So I just had to go get something. All right, so I'm sorry about that. I had to go get something. I had to quickly get some food. I did not go to the back rooms. Trust me. I would be dead if I did.
Corporation is now starting to have problems. Are we at the end of this, or is this just the end of the first battle?
I feel like it is the end of the first battle. I don't think this is going to be the end of this because we have finally on the right seen a successful boycott of a large company. And we haven't had that kind of sustainability on the right before. And now that we have a little taste, a little sense of, oh my gosh, we actually won something. We can do this. I think that this will continue on, but not only on the corporation side, Glenn, but what I would love to hear is small business talk, right? Because have you been forced to close your small business since COVID? Have you had to take on a second job since COVID? Because this is what they're trying to do. You aren't going to have that easy life that we all had, growing up in the 90s and beyond. You have to fight for everything that you have right now, and that's the point. That's what they want to have. It's not just going to be a relaxed, easy thing, especially if you're on the right. But with the corporations coming up later in the show, we're going to have Nikki Haley on the stage with Tucker Carlson, and it is really concerning that somebody that is going to be on that stage today came out on Tucker's show and said, well, if Disney, if they don't want you in Florida, we'll take you in South Carolina. Come on over. I'll help you get here. To me, having that kind of a mindset shows me that you don't understand where we are at this place in time. The corporations, all the fights that are going on within the corporations, but also just from the public-private partnerships like you're talking about. It's so big right now. It's so massive, and it shouldn't be something that is going to be applauded at a summit like this.
You know what's crazy? I'm listening to you, and I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. And I'm thinking to myself, this is CNN 25 years ago. Mm-hmm. This is what people on the left were saying 25 years ago.
Yep.
And we've really kind of switched sides.
All right, so I'm done listening to them. I finally got something. Yeah, for those that wonder, I just got something to eat real quick. That's why I was gone for a little bit. But yeah, so Chris Crispy meme. Yeah, I'm just waiting for whoever is next. Oz is running 2024. Bullshit. I don't believe you. Oz is not running. I don't see how Oz would run. I just don't. What are you eating, Rap? I had a sandwich. That's what I had. Not from Culver's, though. That sounds good, but I just got a sandwich. So, Jeb Bush lost the Florida gubernatorial election in '94 by 1. Yeah, that's the red wave. I don't see how. I do not believe Oz is gonna run again. It sucks, but I'm just being realistic. It's like he's going to get a tougher opponent this time. And I know the early voting stuff hurt him, but it's like, still. That would be funny, though. He just announces. It would be funny if he announces his candidacy. But I'll check. I mean, I haven't heard anything. But, yeah. Was I muted? I don't think so. Ron Johnson's carried by Tim Michaels' coattail. I don't believe that. I think Michaels did. My hot take is Michaels would have done better in Cleefish. But that's just my hot take. You know? Cause I just think that Cleefish, the abortion stuff would have hurt her more than Michaels. I think it would have been similar to Tudor Dixon. Not like as egregious, but still. Oh, by the way, I'm against, let's see, DeSantis for mayor of Gary, Indiana. Yeah, so for those that don't know, like, how Obama got started, he lost an election, but he got it overturned in court because of the signature stuff. I'm not even kidding. They used signature verification, and they overturned an election. Like, this actually happened. Go look it up. Obama wins because, yeah, hold on. Obama signature match. This is freaking stupid. I'm gonna find it because it's funny. Let's see. President Obama was constantly chewing gum. But I gotta get the story up. Obama, let's see. It's one of those bizarre things you would ever see. I'll find it. What's going, let's see. Wait, what's going on? I guess they're having lunch right now. So. Is Pence on? Nope, he isn't. Nope. Do you see the video of the fist fight in the Kosovo Parliament building? I have not seen that. But yeah, I got the article up. This is freaking hilarious here. This is from Politico. So people can't claim this is fake. All right. If there's one particularly absurd storyline about Obama's early political career, it's a claim getting a rival knocked off the ballot in the first state Senate race was a form of something called hardball, which it was. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the wrong one actually. But you start to realize he used the law to win. All right. There we go. I think this is the right one. Let's see. The day after New Year's 1996, operatives for Barack Obama filed into a barren hearing room of the Chicago Board of Election Commissioners. There they began the tedious process of challenging hundreds of signatures on the nominating petitions of State Senator Alice Palmer, the longtime progressive activist from the city's South Side. And they kept challenging petitions until every one of Obama's 4 Democrat primary rivals was forced off the ballot. Fresh from his work as a civil rights lawyer and head of a voter registration project that expanded access to the ballot box, Obama launched his first campaign for the Illinois Senate, saying he wanted to empower disenfranchised citizens. But in the initial bid for political office, Obama quickly mastered the bare-knuckles arts of Chicago electoral politics. His overwhelming legal onslaught signaled his impatience to gain office, even if that meant elbowing aside an elder stateswoman like Palmer. This is real! This was in 96 when he ran for his first state Senate position. Whoops, wrong one. But yeah, he flat out challenged a bunch of people. He challenged every single signature until he won. Oh, I love it. Yeah, okay. Citing an outpouring of support, she upended the political landscape by switching gears and decided to run in the March 1996 primary for Senate seat. But she had 2 big problems. To get on the ballot, Palmer needed to file nominee petitions signed by at least 757 district voters. And the December 18th deadline was just days away. And then there was Obama, the bright up-and-comer she had all but anointed. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so the rest of this... Yeah, right here. Askia filed 1,800 signatures, but the Obama team sustained objections at 1,200, leaving him 69 nice short. Record show. Little-known candidate Mark Ewell filed 1,200 names, but Obama's objections left him 86 short of the minimum. An elections official struck him from the ballot, record show. Ewell filed a federal lawsuit contesting the board's decision, but Johnson intervened on Obama's behalf and prevailed when Ewell's case was dismissed days later. Oh my gosh. This is what I'm talking about when Democrats say, oh, we're the party of, fraud. We want to get everybody on the, we want every vote to matter. Look what Obama did in 96. Look at Bobby Rush. I think I've heard of that name before. Sounds familiar. Bobby Rush. When does DeSantis speak? I don't know. Hey, Rap, what would happen if DeSantis decided to take a page from the Huey Long playbook and sign in the Florida National Guard and claim Disney World as state property? That'd be funny. But he doesn't have the courage to do it. I don't see it. He was an Illinois rep until 2023. Yeah, did he Did he have a bunch of corruption stuff? I thought so. But yeah, so far we haven't seen anything for a while. But they're on their, like, lunch break. Yeah, DeSantis is term limited. Technically, it's he can run like 4 years later, but he can't run for a third consecutive term. The future. Let's see. DeSantis has to take his personality medicine. Bobby Rush is a Black Panther. What? He was a Black... What? He was a Black Panther? You're kidding, right? Imagine if governors had nukes. That wouldn't end too well. But I did not know that he... Really? Let's see here. What the heck? Okay. What do you see as DeSantis' future? His future's dead. Unless something changes real quick. But it's not looking too good for his future. What does he go for? If it has to turn around like now. He needs to turn it ship around now. If he doesn't, it's what's his future? What can he win? If this fails. Will he run for Senate? I mean, is that even feasible? Against who? Rick? I know he doesn't like Rick Scott, but it's like, don't know. Congressman? I mean, he was already a congressman. Does he go back? It seems like a downgrade from that point. And, ooh, we got some breaking news. We got some other breaking news from the Biden administration. This is actually pretty significant. I gotta make sure this is verified, though, before I for sure say anything. Yep, this is huge. Big news. The U.S. hold on. Yep, right here. U.S. President Joe Biden's administration just canceled $39 billion in student loan debt for more than 804,000 borrowers. The Education Department said on Friday. Wow. They're doing it again. They're trying the same thing again. Which I wonder, it's like, what are they going to do this time? Are they just going to say, oh, there's actually a law back in 1856 that says we can? I don't know about that. But, yeah, it's actually a pretty significant development. That's going to get sued immediately, though. Yeah, I don't see it lasting. The court's not going to just suddenly say, that's actually allowed. Biden and Clarence Thomas should just box. Well, they hate each other, so. Yeah, so it's going to be very, like, at some point, you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect it's going to work. You know? Who would win a fight between Kamala Harris or Brown? I don't know. Don't know. We should, let's see. We should watch some Chris Christie clips or memes. You're pushing your luck with this. And we've already been here for 3 hours, so... Harris would win because what? Clarence Thomas. I don't know. Why are we talking about, like, should, like, the Supreme Court justice get in a fist fight with the president? The fact that we're even, like, discussing that, it's kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. Kind of funny. When's the next speaker? Soon, supposedly. But they're eating lunch right now. That's what I'm thinking is happening. Let's see. Who's spoken so far? Hey, Scott and Hutchinson. Scott was bad. Hutchinson was unwatchable. That was F tier. That's what it was. It was that bad. I consider that one of the worst things I ever saw. But yeah, so I have a question for everybody, and this is a series, like, unironically. What do you guys think about the writer's strike and the actor strike in Hollywood? I mean, this just happened yesterday. Yesterday, the actors went on strike, and Hollywood is essentially shut down. How do you guys feel about this? Like, are you guys on any side? In my opinion, I can care less. I can care less who wins because they both suck. Oh my God, I made $100,000 last year. I need more. It's like, no. But then you get these rich assholes that are like, oh no, the VFX artists, they get fucking 10 cents an hour. But I get a freaking limousine every 5 seconds. It's like, bruh. They're justified, but I feel little sympathy. Yeah, I mean, the ones that should go on strike is the VFX people. Like, I know some, they are just treated like garbage. Complete and total garbage. I mean, they have like, what was it? It was like, they don't get paid after like a certain amount. It's like, bruh. VFX artists are the ones that get screwed over. It's not fun. Not fun at all. Let's see. It's stupid because they're all rich as fuck. Yeah. I hope Hollywood dies. Yeah, I mean, will it though? I think it's like in collapse right now, but I don't think it's going to fully die. I mean, when you have an independent movie in first in the friggin' box office, that's not a good sign. VFX is only crap because they get screwed. Yeah. VFX artists are just treated like garbage. I mean, the VFX people are the ones that work the hardest, and they get, like, nothing out of it. I'm slightly leaning towards writers in the strike, but that's only because they need more checks in Hollywood on corporate power. I agree, but it's like, a lot of these people striking, they make, like, $500,000 a year. It's like, why are you complaining? Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. I was talking. Look at something. Wholesome DJ Aftershock for 2. Rooting for corporate America to cuck actors. Yeah, but it's like, I don't care. I can care less who wins because both sides suck. One is just slightly less egregious. Are voice actors on this too? Because they get screwed sometimes as well. No, voice actors aren't. I believe this is just for, like, it's just for like live action stuff. CGI is bad on purpose. They're trying to send a coded message. Some like half agree and half disagree. I think some of the CGI, they just don't have enough time. But like the Flash, I think they purposely said, screw you. You're not going to give us more money. Well, here you go. We're not going to render it. Good luck with it. So I think it's like half and half. But Hutchinson, let's see. Have you watched The Sound of Freedom? I literally can't. Every theater around me is completely full. And now it's going to the bigger screens and I may have a chance of seeing it. I mean, when was the last time, who would have thought this? An independent movie nobody heard of 2 weeks ago, made by a director nobody knew about and a brand new studio that distributed it. And that was in half the theaters. It beat Indiana Jones. It's beating it right now. Every single day it's kicking its ass. Who would have thought that? It's just nuts, but I believe they are also protesting to stop AI replacing them. Well, it's just like AI is garbage. You know, it's if you're scared of AI for that, I mean, these same people are just saying learn to code. Well, it's like, well, it's backfiring against you bozos. So, how does it feel? Oppenheimer is just going to be a nuclear test footage from the 50s and then credits. Nah, it's Nolan. They're going to try something real. Do you hear about the fact Disney's being sold in 3 years? I don't believe that. They're going to sell, like, 20th Century, but that's about it. And maybe, like, Star Wars. CGI in Avatar was weird in my opinion. It didn't look real. It looked like video game. I never really liked it. I think it's too realistic. You know what I'm saying? I think it's too much. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, it's realistic, but I think it's I never like when movies try to go that far with CGI. Not even freaking Pirates of the Caribbean went that far. In my opinion, it looked better. In my honest opinion, I think Pirates of the Caribbean looks better than Avatar. It just my opinion. But it's like, I don't like the so realistic, like you could see every detail. It's like, yeah, I want realism, but Napoleon looks good. Yeah, but it's made by Ridley Scott, so I don't know if I could trust it. I've heard people say Napoleon's be woke. Yeah, don't they have like a... I don't know. It's made by Ridley Scott, so I'm hesitant to support it. I've heard people say Napoleon is going to... let's see. Also, apparently it's going to be historically inaccurate. Yeah, I saw some of the trailers. It's like, that doesn't look like the 1800s, some of the stuff. Pirates had excellent CGI. The Dead Man chest happened. Yeah. Yeah. All the original trilogy for Pirates of the Caribbean, I think is the best CGI ever. I personally think so. Because it's realistic, but it's not this hyper 4X RTX crap. It's like, you can't go too realistic, in my opinion. I know Ridley Scott's made some good movies, but I think he's been off his rockers for the past couple of years. Because he's like 80-some. Which I honestly thought he was dead, but... It would probably look better if they put people in costumes and put CGI over it, because it had a realistic human basis to it. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, here's the problem with current CGI. Is they don't film it for real. They don't plan ahead. They just think, oh, you can fix it in post. That ain't how it works. Because you need, like, if you have somebody there acting and, like, having, like, a suit and stuff, that gives the VFX artist some kind of reference. Makes their job so much easier. But when you have frickin' nothing there, it's completely different, it's like, doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Golden Lord of the Rings, the best CGI. That's up there, but I think the David Jones looks the best. Yeah, I know David Jones is motion capture, but they put effort into it. They actually had a reference. That's the key. They did a lot of practical. So that's why they were able to make David Jones look so good. And in fact, let me bring that up, actually. What he looks like. All right, yeah. So, my opinion, David Jones is the best. It just looks so good. Like, let me get an image of it. Hold on. I'm gonna find a 4K image. Like, it's the best CGI in my opinion. Okay, whatever. But which Shores do you think looks the best graphic-wise? Hold on. I gotta find... Hold on. Before I get into that, I gotta find the one of David Jones. Like this? This looks freaking awesome. Look at this. I know it's not the best picture, but it's like... This is freaking insane. Like, there's good motion blur. It just looks good. You know, this is what I'm saying. Like, this, in my opinion, is a peak. It looks realistic. The lighting matches perfectly. You could tell there's definitely some effort put into it. It just looks... It's not, like, too realistic. That's what I like about it. It's, like, perfect. It's 90% realistic, but there's, like, a tad, just a slight, you know, slight tad of, like, artistry. So it's not, like, hyper-realistic where you could see every single frickin' hair and molecule. I like this. In my opinion, this is the best. But, yeah, I just had to go on a tangent about that. Let's see. Hollywood has gotten lazy. Yeah. Because what's happening is the VFX, the technology has gotten a lot better since the early 2000s. But what's happening is studios are giving VFX artists less and less time, and they don't plan ahead. Like Marvel movies, they don't plan shit. Like, for example, the Doctor Strange movie, they changed it 15 times. So it's like, well, what do you think's going to happen? The VFX artists have no clue what to prepare for. Jurassic Park created the CGI problem. I don't think so. I mean, they just revolutionized stuff. It's just these companies gotten so lazy. They don't treat their VFX people good at all. And that's how you get bad VFX. Like in the Flash movie, which, let me be real, the Flash movie, its biggest problem is the CGI, but I still don't think it's the worst ever, like some people are claiming. But yeah, so I think overall there's a lot of like positives happening. Marvel CGI is apparently as bad because the scenes were always changing until last minute. Yeah, they don't plan ahead when they tell the VFX artists what to do. They would literally do a week before the premiere, like the ending for Ant-Man, or yeah, the ending. It was what was it? Yeah, it was filmed a week before. They had a week before the premiere to VFX it. What are you supposed to do in that situation? Now, again, I'm not one of those people I'm not a Christopher Nolan type that don't use CGI at all. It's like Dunkirk. Somebody brought up Dunkirk. It didn't look good. Because I think there need to be some CGI to enhance, the beach and stuff. I understand. You don't want to go overblown with CGI. You want to film as much practically. I love practical effects. But CGI is there to enhance it. Make it look better. Not just, we could fix everything. You could fix some things, but it's not that good. Not that good to focus on 100% CGI. And 100% practical, I think, is not good either. But of course, you want to film as much as possible in camera, so. Any interest in Mission Impossible? Yes, but I think that movie's going to bomb. It's not looking too good at the box office. It has a $300 million budget, needs to make around $900 million just to break even. Ugh, that's not good. I hope most, if not all, conservative actors use Angel Studios for their next movies. I'm gotta be very careful what I'm saying. Pence is here? Oh gosh. Oh, Pence has arrived. Oh gosh. Put it on.
The American economy, we can secure our border, and we can stand for the God-given liberties that have always made this country strong and true and great.
Amen. Amen. Well, thank you. And we can certainly do better, that's for sure. So I have to ask you, since you were a witness to, and in some unintentional way, a participant in one of the most widely covered events in American history, January 6th, what was that? Do you think that was an insurrection?
I'm very sorry.
Well, first, can I just take a moment just to say thank you to the family leader, to Bob Vanderplatz and the whole team here, and to our friends at Blaze TV, including my old friend Glenn Beck. We're standing here on a historic day in Iowa, when in just a few short hours, Governor Kim Reynolds would take to this stage and sign into law historic protections for the unborn. And I think all the members of the family leader here in Iowa prayed and worked and fought to bring us to this day. And it's an honor to be with you all. It really is.
We didn't miss anything. We just missed getting introduced.
Now, as to that day, let me just say, all I know for sure, having lived through it at the Capitol, is that it was a tragic day. I've never used the word insurrection, Tucker, over the last 2 years, but it was a riot that took place at the Capitol that day. I saw firsthand where they'd evacuated us down to the loading dock below the Senate chamber, police officers that, as the day wore on, were streaming through 150 law enforcement officers that were assaulted. Obviously, the tragic loss of life ransacking the Capitol that occurred. But I really do believe that a day of tragedy became a triumph of freedom. And I'll always believe that by God's grace, I did my duty that day under the Constitution of the United States of America, and our institutions held.
When you say the tragic loss of life, who are you referring to?
Well, obviously, Ashley Babbitt would come to mind immediately.
What do you think of the fact that she was shot?
Well, I just think it was a tragic moment, without question.
It was one of his people that shot her.
But I have to tell you that seeing people assaulting law enforcement officers, smashing windows, breaking into the Capitol building, it infuriated me. And it's very likely that the restraint that was shown by law enforcement officers saved lives that day. But I think it's important that we hold those accountable who perpetrated acts of violence and vandalism in our nation's capital. But I'm still waiting for equal vigor and equal prosecutions to be brought on those that brought hundreds of BLM riots to cities across America.
Amen.
I mean, the truth is, we don't make progress in this country by walking away from the rule of law. We uphold the rule of law, and we apply it equally and fairly. And I think that holding those accountable that rioted at the Capitol that day is right and proper. But I also believe that people that engaged in the hundreds of riots over the summer of 2020, literally burned out family businesses and communities, and also cost lives,
yes,
must be held to account.
Amen. So we spent, when the BLM riots happened and the riot in front of the White House that injured more law enforcement personnel than January 6th, we spent a lot of time talking about why those rioters were mad. They were mad about systemic racism and the death of George Floyd, et cetera. Why do you think the people who swarmed the Capitol on January 6th were mad? And why haven't we talked about that?
Well, first off, I would tell you that I think the January 6th committee was a partisan committee in the Congress of the United States.
Wow.
And it failed its historic mission.
Tell me this for the first time.
Of bringing the facts forward.
Yep.
And I know your commitment to bringing all the facts to the American people, Tucker. And I know we're grateful for that. The truth of the matter is, as some members of the staff of the January 6th committee said after it adjourned, they spent all their time focused so much on one individual and on placing blame that they spent very little time focusing on law enforcement failures that happened that day and intelligence failures that happened that day. And I hold to the view that we can never let this happen again. We can never allow the capital of the greatest nation on earth to be subject to a riot for any purpose, for any motivation. And for that reason, we need to understand why law enforcement that day was not better equipped, better prepared, where the intelligence failures were. And I believe that in time we'll have those answers.
Amen. But I wonder, though, again, about motives, since these were, and I'm not excusing any act of violence ever anywhere, including on January 6th. However, they were American citizens. Most of them didn't commit acts of violence, and they were really mad. And they were mad because they thought the election was unfair.
Right.
And I wonder why more time hasn't been spent by either party reassuring Americans that our elections are real, that all votes are counted, that the electronic voting machines...
YouTube? Okay, we're going to mute that part. I know YouTube changes policy, but I'm still going to be hesitant to not take any chances.
Anybody try to reassure the public that the mechanics of voting are legit? And are they? Do you think the last election was fair?
Well, as I said on January 6th in my communication to the Congress, and I've said many times since, there were irregularities in the 2020 election.
Trump, Pence.
There were about a half a dozen states that changed the rules of elections in the name of COVID.
Yep.
And that undermined public confidence in the outcome of our elections.
That's actually not that bad.
Now, at the end of the day, we brought more than 60 lawsuits, states engaged in recounts. And when states ultimately certified and courts upheld those changes in virtually every instance, and ultimately we were able to determine that the changes, there was no evidence that the changes had changed the outcome of the election in any way. I knew that my duty was clear that day. But candidly, as I've said before,
I don't got any subtitles, no.
President Trump's words that day were reckless.
What?
I believe whatever his intentions in that moment, it endangered me and my family and everyone that was at the Capitol that day. I believe history will hold him accountable for that, just as the law will hold everyone that engaged in acts of violence.
But may I just get, to the rest of us who weren't there, who were just participating or trying to in our democracy, 10 years ago, Democrats said, look, electronic voting machines can never...
I'm sorry, I got to be very careful. We got a super chat. Stephen Howard for 2. Pence is doing surprisingly well so far. Yeah, he's not doing bad.
Machines, ours can have an election.
Again, got to be very careful.
Well, I believe we can, but I welcome the fact that since 2020, Republican-led states around the country have enacted election integrity reforms. I'm somebody that believes that, and Indiana was the first state to do this. I'm somebody that believes that you ought to be required to give a picture ID when you go in to vote. We ought to have voter ID in every state in America. But with regard to voting machines, I would tell you we had them in Indiana, but in Indiana and elsewhere, they produced paper ballots. Recounts were taken in states around the country. And I think it's absolutely essential that we do everything in our power to restore public confidence in the one person, one vote principle at the heart of this republic.
Why not just get rid of electronic voting machines and call it a day, and then we don't have to debate it?
That's actually a really good point. Pence, this is easy. It's a layup for you.
Well, I would certainly be open to that.
Is there a downside?
But what I believe, Tucker, is that states govern elections. States ought to conduct our elections. In fact, our founding fathers debated this at the Constitutional Convention. It was one of the reasons why I believe that my duty was very clear on that day. Despite the fact that my former running mate continues to hold the view that I had the right to overturn the election. I had no right to overturn.
That's not what he said. Okay, I'm going to mute this part because that's not what he said. That's not what the argument was.
Right to reject or return votes that day. And Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
That's not what
but this principle of state control of elections is absolutely
not
vital.
At all. Nope.
We've got to, one of the very first bills that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden brought to the floor of the Congress was a bill to nationalize our elections. It's what essentially brought me off the sidelines. It was the first thing I spoke publicly against after I left my role as Vice President of the United States, because you never want Washington, D.C., or any one person in Washington, D.C. deciding our elections. And the truth is that one of the ways that we've governed the integrity of our elections is by letting states like Iowa, like Indiana, every state across the country to be able to conduct our elections. So if states were interested in going to all paper ballots, I would cheer them on. If states were willing to use, with strong integrity, continue to use electronic machines, I'll cheer them on. But
no state
states should govern elections in America now and always.
I think it seems like it's a constitutional principle. That seems right to me. But in point of fact, no state, including ones with Republican governors, has really done anything about election integrity. They have not restored elections to what they were in, say, 1992, where you have paper ballots, you have voting on the day of the election, and you have voter ID. Like, these are super simple, but no one's done it. Why?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Well, I think there's plenty of opportunity to advance election integrity reforms around the country. As long as we don't intrude on the independence of states to conduct elections and to manage their elections, there are ways the federal government could provide resources and encourage reforms. And if I'm President of the United States, I promise you, we'll fight every day to restore public confidence in the elections in this country.
So you've issued thank you for that. You've issued a bunch of public statements about your views on foreign policy, which are definitely within the mainstream of Republican views, as far as I can tell. You recently met with Zelensky, according to news reports. And I'm wondering if during that meeting, as a prominent Christian leader, which you are in addition to your political views, you broached the question of his treatment of Christians within Ukraine. The Zelensky government has raided convents, arrested priests, has effectively banned a denomination, a Christian denomination, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church within Ukraine, has persecuted Christians. And I wonder if you raised that with him.
I did raise the issue when we were there. And I raised it with the leader of the Orthodox Church when I was visiting Kyiv and asked him about concerns about religious liberty. He assured me that the Zelensky government in Ukraine was respecting religious liberty, even while recognizing that there were very small elements of the Russian Orthodox Church that were being utilized for the purpose of advancing the Russian cause in Ukraine, and that they were taking steps to hold them to account. But the leader of the church at St. Michael's in Kyiv told me personally that he believed that the Zelensky government was respecting religious liberty. And I must tell you, other than the sanctity of life, there's no higher priority in my life than preserving the freedom of religion in America and championing religious liberty around the world.
I'm confused. On this question, it's very clear that the Zelensky government has arrested priests for having views they disagree with. That's not consistent with religious liberty. It's an attack on it, and we're funding it. And I'm just wondering how is it, and I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, but I sincerely wonder how a Christian leader could support the arrest of Christians for having different views.
Well, what I can tell you is I asked the Christian leader in Kiev if that was in fact happening, and he assured me that it was not. People were not being persecuted for their religious beliefs. Now,
let me
take a break here. I know we disagree on this strongly, but I respect your right to your opinion on Ukraine, and I trust you'll respect mine. Look, I've been to Ukraine now twice. My wife and I traveled into Ukraine a month after the initiation of hostilities. We traveled then with a group called Samaritan's Purse, providing Christian relief to the millions of Ukrainians, women and children of every age that had to flee that country in the face of the unprovoked Russian invasion that began a year and a half ago. I did return, took an 11-hour train ride into Kyiv, also again with Samaritan's Purse. We not only met with government leaders, but we met with Christian relief workers. We're literally rebuilding homes of people in small towns, little hamlets, that a year ago were being shelled by Russian tanks, while the people in that community were just sitting in their homes. I mean, the truth is, what I saw was not just evidence of war, but I saw evil. And I believe that it is in the interest of the United States of America to continue to give the Ukrainian military the resources that they need to repel the Russian invasion and restore their sovereignty.
Would you, may I ask, would you be, and I believe you have a good faith position on this, and we have disagreements on it, but I want to just, I can't let you elide over the question of the treatment of Christians and clergy.
I know, I heard
and
that
would
again,
you be,
Tucker.
well, no, but hold on, would you be
problem is you don't accept my answer. I just told you that I asked the religious leader in Kyiv if it was happening. You asked me if I raised the issue, and I did.
And I'm saying
I also raised it with the Ukrainians, and I was told that there are religious leaders who have been working with the Russian military that is murdering people by the thousands.
This has always been Mike Pence's worst part.
Tucker, look.
Wait, but hold on. Don't you think?
Let me explain to you what I think our national interest is there.
I would think you would have greater concern for religious liberty in Ukraine. And I'm surprised by your
I told you I raised the issue of religious liberty.
No, you spoke to one person who's clearly on
say
one side of it, and there are many, many news reports that are not disputed by anybody that many clergy have been arrested in Ukraine. And I'm merely saying I may not agree with their views. I'm not Russian Orthodox, but you can't arrest clergy for having different views, period. Because if you do, you violate the basic tenet of religious freedom.
I want to be clear with you. I won't stand by it. I won't stand for it. If people are being persecuted for their religious beliefs, I won't stand for it. In any country with which a country of our nation is supporting or our allies are supporting.
Yes.
Period, paragraph. But let me say to you, our national interest in Ukraine, I believe, is born of the fact that I spent 10 years on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House of Representatives. I spent 4 years as vice president. I've met Vladimir Putin. Let me tell you, if Vladimir Putin overruns Ukraine, I have no doubt that in a short period of time, that Russian military is going to cross a border of a NATO country.
Bullshit!
That our armed forces will have to go and defend. You know, I started the day this morning at Rosie's in Zionsville, Indiana with my son, Captain Michael J. Pence in the United States Marine Corps. My son's a fighter pilot. My son-in-law is a Navy fighter pilot. I'll tell you what, I never want to see American armed forces in Ukraine. I want to give the Ukrainian military what they need to fight and repel the Russian invasion. I think we need to stop them there so that our men and women in uniform are never called upon to stop that Russian military when they cross a border that we would have to defend.
So you would oppose Ukraine entering NATO? Because that would, of course, immediately require us to go to war with Russia, which you oppose.
You know, I said very clearly that Ukrainian entrance into NATO should depend on when the war is over. And I made that clear with President Zelensky that that was my view. And what I understood in speaking with him was he understood that it needed to be conditional. If we were to allow Ukraine to join NATO today, then the obligations of the NATO Treaty on Mutual Defense would initiate immediately, and we'd be pulled into a conflict. I don't want that to happen. But I do believe that after the war is won and over, that welcoming Ukraine into NATO, embracing them with open arms in the West, is in the interest of our security and of our nation in the long term. And let me also say, I think this fight is also about China, Tucker. I know we don't talk about that enough. I know a lot of people say, and you may hear from some other candidates in this race, that we ought to be focused on China. Well, I gave the first major speech in our administration, changing administration policy on China. We called them out. We imposed tariffs. We rebuilt our military. I mean, in a very real sense, we were tougher on China than any administration in the modern era had ever been.
China or Russia.
But I really do believe that by giving the Ukrainian military what they need to repel the invasion, we will also send a deafening message to China that America and the free world will not tolerate China's military ambitions in the Asia Pacific, or their intention that becomes more clear by the day against Taiwan or any other place. But I really do believe peace comes through strength, and the United States of America needs to continue to project strength. But let me say one last thing.
But we've run out of ammunition, so we're sending them cluster bombs. So because we've sent our ammunition to Ukraine, which has not yet won the war, whatever that means, no one has defined it, but isn't that prima facie evidence that we have become weaker militarily by our support from Ukraine, or how am I missing something?
Well,
we're out of ammunition, so we're sending cluster bombs.
Well, first off, since Joe Biden took office, he's been working to cut military spending. And frankly, the recent debt ceiling deal that was done, if they don't pass all their 13 appropriations bills, will result in a 1% cut in our military spending after inflation in 2025. Look, China is floating a new battleship every month in the Pacific. We don't need to rebuild our military. We need to build a military strong enough to meet the challenges America will face in the 21st century. And as President of the United States, I'll do that. Amen. I promise you.
Last question on Ukraine, though. The Pentagon says that because of the munitions and the material we have sent to Ukraine, we're very low in our stockpiles. Is that a concern to you?
Yeah. On the 155 artillery. And I have no reason to disbelieve that. Look, it's the answer, though, is not to shrink from America's role as leader of the free world. The answer is to invest in our national defense. I really do believe that. Look, remember, in a year and a half, and again, we have a strong disagreement on it.
Well, I'm not sure we do.
That's okay. Well, that'd be great if we didn't. But let me say to you, we've made real progress there. Look, a year and a half ago, Russia had the second most powerful military in the world. Today, they have the second most powerful military in Ukraine. All right? That's progress. That's progress. And that's a result of what the United States and our allies have invested. But let me say one thing about Joe. Can I say one thing about Joe Biden on this? Okay. And I've been critical of him. Look, our administration came in, and the Obama-Biden administration had refused to give military support and resources to Ukraine. We ended that. We started providing Javelin missiles. I'll never forget standing in the woods a couple of weeks ago in a little town called Moshe, where the soldier told me about when the Russian tanks approached and how many soldiers they lost in the first 24 hours. And then the colonel looked at me and smiled and said, and then the Javelin missiles arrived. And I said, we sent you those Javelin missiles. And he said, yes, sir, you did.
Bro.
I mean, we provided arms to Ukraine so they would be better equipped.
Time out. Imagine, hold on.
Cut off military spending when he came in. And even after that heartless, unprovoked invasion, which Joe Biden actually said, we didn't know what we'd do if it was a small invasion. I mean, he signaled incredible weakness, especially after that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And all along the way, the Biden administration has been slow in providing military support. Make no mistake about this. We promised them 33 Abrams tanks in January. I heard again 2 weeks ago in Ukraine, they still don't have them. We've been telling them we'll train their F-16 pilots, but now they're saying maybe January we'll let somebody transfer some jets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, have you, I know you're running for president. You are distressed that the Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become much worse over the past 3 years. Yeah. Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States. And it's visible. Our economy has degraded. The suicide rate has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet, your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map, who've received tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask, like, where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern. Tucker, I've heard that routine from you before, but that's not my concern. I'm running for president of the United States because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. I think Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. And as President of the United States, we're going to restore law and order in our cities. We're going to secure our border. We're going to get this economy moving again. And we're going to make sure that we have men and women on our courts at every level that will stand for the right to life and defend all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution. Anybody that says that we can't be the leader of the free world and solve our problems at home has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth. We can do both. And as President of the United States, we will secure our border, we will support our military, we will revive our economy and stand by our values, and we will also lead the world for freedom under my administration. I promise you.
Amen. Vice President Mike Pence, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tucker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look at that stare he gave him. Oh, my gosh.
All right, we just heard from Mike Pence. I'm
That was
checking in here,
awful.
Sarah Gonzalez. I am joined by, of course, Delano Squires is still here with us. And I am also joined by Matthew Peterson. He is the new Blaze Media editor-in-chief. We are so excited to have him.
I'm just going to mute this. His done. There goes his chances. He literally said, I don't care about American cities. I care more about Ukraine. Oh, my gosh. Okay, time for another grade, everybody. Woo! Yay, another poll. I'm going to just turn this off for a second because nobody cares. Start a poll. Rate Mike Pence's A, B, C, D / F. You know, I'll give... That was Z tier. He blew it. I mean, the only redeeming part was his response to, like, January 6th wasn't the worst, considering. But if it wasn't for that, I think Hutchinson may have had a better form. I cannot believe I just said that. What the hell was that? I don't know. I don't care about America. Yeah, that was just, what was he talking about? I don't care about America. Man, I wonder why. Why Trump's in first place right now. I just wonder. Why is he in first place? Everyone so far has been trash. Yeah, I think we're gonna see how fast they go with the next couple ones. But we may get through all of them, but I do gotta leave in a couple hours, so ooh, it's gonna push it. We're gonna be pushing my schedule, but that's fine. He's so eluctable. True. I liked his town hall in Donate, but that was the most horrific thing I've ever watched. I rated F. But I rated his town hall an A. His campaign is over. Yeah. His town hall was good because his strongest suit is social issues, but man. To be honest, it's just really each candidate. Yeah, I mean, I think Tucker, his secret ability is just destroying people's careers. So, where are you leaving to? I can't. I got some stuff to do. I got to just do some stuff later. So, Back to the CGI talk. I want to make a film on the battleship Bismarck. Should I CGI Bismarck or make a giant model for like Cameron did for Titanic? That or I could fully animate the film. Well, first of all, that's going to take a couple of years to make that. But if I had to say, I would probably say go with make a model of the Bismarck. Because CGI, you can enhance it, make it look more realistic. But at least with the model, you have the actual thing. No, I'm going to be here for a while still, but yeah. It's going to be painful. So yeah, there was about a 20-minute gap till we probably get the next one. Can't Trump just go to the first debate, destroy everyone, and then take the nomination there? I think he's going to do that after this. After seeing how pathetic some of these people can be. Imagine if Vivek is the best. I think he will. I think Vivek's going to be the best. So yeah, I wonder who's next. I'm going to guess it's Vivek. Haley, we're going. Let's see. How is Trump the only anti-World War III candidate? Because he has a brain. He's not bought out by people. Hey, Rap, I just got back, but I missed the Pence debate. How was it? That was one of the worst things I've ever saw. He said that he doesn't care about American cities. He cares more about Ukraine. That's not even a joke. He said that. He may have misquoted himself, but it's like, that's what he said. Pence said that he wanted to put Ukraine first over America. Pence sounded like he was sick or out of it. Yeah, but still, it's like you don't say you put Ukraine over American interests. That's what he said. So yeah, it's going to be like 20 minutes or so. He said that's not my concern. Yeah. It's not my concern about our cities falling apart. Great job. Bro, that's so bad but I'm honestly not too surprised. Yeah. That's what half the Republican Party, or half the Republican politicians think. 90% of Republican voters, they want this nonsense to end. Yeah, Pence, that is a big blunder. That's a huge gaffe. This event might help DeSantis if he does well. He can steal the non-Trump vote. Yeah, this is going perfect for DeSantis. But if he screws it up, oh my gosh. If Pence or DeSantis screws this up, it's over. I mean, I think it's already over, but Pence literally is only good on one issue, abortion. Yeah. That's the only issue that he's good on. 2015 debate streams were eye-opening for me. Just how brazen those candidates were in just promoting war. Yeah. They wanted just nothing but war. No, this will be Vivek's event to lose. I think it's DeSantis's. He needs a big event here. He needs to do good here. Absolutely. Vivek is the one that could benefit from this. True, but I think DeSantis can too. He needs to. DeSantis surge. he needs to have a perfect, absolutely perfect go ahead. And Nikki Haley is next. Ooh, that's actually interesting. So Vivek's gonna be second to last then. Just got here. How bad did No Riz Ron flop? He didn't go yet. Walmart equals China. Haley's worse than Pence. I'm gonna laugh if Pence does, like, if Haley does better than Pence. I'm just gonna laugh. Nikki loves war. Yeah, she does. Nikki does love war. Nikki Haley. Christy Surge. No. It's 1 by 1, yeah. So it goes 1 by 1. Which I do wonder, it's like, how do they pick the order? Do they just randomly select? Well, of course they got DeSantis going last. I guarantee you they planned that ahead. In advance, I should say. Chris should have come to this. If he unexpectedly did good, he could raise the polls. Yeah, but Tucker would have just bashed him. So... Herman Cain surge. Let's see. Nancy Mace is gonna be Trump's VP. I don't think so. She's gonna I don't know. Trump's been weird about it, but Tucker was straight laughing at Pence when he said bye. Yeah, when you said that, no, it's not, I don't care about what happens to American cities, what do you think he's gonna do? He's gonna mock you. That's freaking stupid to say that. Yeah, he may not even get third place now, Pence. Because that was stupid what he said. The dumbest thing you could have said. At least I want the, let's see. At least I want the explosion. I at least want the explosion that ripped HMS Hood apart to be practical effects as a small model and then tweak it as go. Yeah, just use practical if you make visual effects. That's the way to do it. That's not my concern, Tucker. We'll go down in 2024 campaign history. Yeah, that is, I would say that's the biggest gaffe so far. That's just, you can't just say that and expect it not to hurt you. Yeah, Pence was trying to silence Tucker, but Tucker got him in the end. Yeah, you could tell Pence was getting pissed off, but Tucker was able to handle it perfectly. Yeah, Pence should just drop out. I mean, there's no path for him now. No path. Pence, I don't know who he has anymore. Came back to the tweet after senior stream after senior tweet about Pence. Yeah, if you don't know, Pence said that he doesn't have any concern for American cities. He said that this is the quote. Tucker, every city in America has become worse over the past few years. Your concern is that Ukraine doesn't have enough tanks. What tanks? What's the concern for America in that? Pence, that's not my concern. Yeah, Tucker could see through the non-answers. I mean, he's just freaking handling beautifully. Biggest blunder of the 2024 cycle. Yeah. To be fair, I don't think he meant to say that. It doesn't matter. It's over. I think it clearly meant to say something different, but it's like, well, it sucks to be you. Hopefully Biden has worse blunders. Yeah, well, he does, but it's like, doesn't matter. It's Pence is done. His political career is DOA. Dead on arrival. Yeah, even Christie wouldn't make that big of a gaffe. And that's Chris Christie we're talking about. It doesn't matter if it's a gaffe. He literally believes Ukraine is more important than the U.S. Just by his, yeah. You can't just focus on Ukraine 24/7 and say, oh, I actually care about America first. It's like, no, you don't. You don't. I don't think Pence will win any delegates. I think he'll win some, just because Iowa's such a low threshold, but not good. Why would he? I can only imagine his campaign behind closed doors just like shaking their heads, realize, oh my freaking god, this moron. What are you doing? Why would you say that? Yeah, I wonder what Nikki Haley... is Nikki Haley gonna have a moment? Who knows? See, you have to just let these candidates speak and they destroy themselves. Trump should have let Biden destroy himself in the 2020 debates. Yeah, I agree. So, okay, I'm going to have one more hour of a stream, and then I got to get going. I do got to head out. So, we have one more hour. We're going to try to get hopefully we get through everybody else. Don't think it's going to happen, though. But yeah, we just got to see what happens. Nikki Haley counter. I don't know what we should put for Nikki Haley. Don't know. No, I'm not leaving right now. I'm gonna have one more, for sure. Hopefully 3 more, but I think for sure 1. Get through everyone. I gotta get going soon. Maybe a Ukraine counter? Maybe. Maybe. Diversity counter. Nikki Haley loved Ukraine. I don't know yet. I'll be late. Okay, so hopefully we get some good stuff coming up because I really want to get through everybody. War crimes counter. Yeah, I'm very like, is this gonna be worse than Mike Pence somehow? Hopefully it's like decent. All right. Yeah, Nikki Haley's probably the biggest warmonger, but I don't think she'd be dumb enough to say what Pence said. Nikki Haley is going to say that we're going to go all the way to Moscow. Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that's going to end too well. All right, let's see. No super. Let's see. Did I miss any super chats or anything like that? Did I? Nope, I didn't miss any. Okay. So making sure we're all caught up. I believe Tim's LT said Tim Scott's the best GOP's option. I won't be shocked if he said that. We're taking Moscow by Christmas. So true. That's 100% so true. Yeah, we're just let's see. I'm rewatching Pence and Dude's Dead. Yeah, I don't know. He was sick or something. That did not look good. Did not look or sound good at all. I think LT. Let's see. Are we gonna talk about the real Modern Warfare 2 or the fake? What? Oh yeah, the Modern Warfare 2. Did they make another one? Like a carbon copy? Haley wants the world to be a Hoi 4 simulator. Oh my gosh, so many references. Nikki Haley's going to conscript George Santos, who will lead the charge to Moscow a month into his presidency. I noticed you gave Scott a lower cringe score at the end compared to Hutchinson and Pence. Why is that? Because he's charismatic. That's why. I wish there's a way. I wish they would tell us like when the next candidate will be on. I wish there was like a counter or something. It kind of stinks that you just don't know. General Santos. Christie will be the meat shield. He's a general-ish. Pence would cut Social Security, give $4 trillion to Zelensky. The sad part is you probably won't be that far from the truth. Nikki Haley wants Modern Warfare 2 in real life. All these bozos do. They all do. I gotta look something up. We need to nuke Moscow? No. Old people are not my concern. Yeah, true. That is 100% true. Those religious politicians, I guarantee, aren't even really religious. Yeah, I guarantee you half of them are just grifters. I think half of them are legitimate, but the other half are just, like, scam artists about it. Crazy how there isn't really any anti-war parties anymore. Yeah, because they all died. We're taking Beijing day one of Haley's presidency. Nikki Haley will nuke woke countries. Kim Jong-un better be ready for General Asa Hutchinson. The sad part is like, I wouldn't be shocked if that happened. You know? DEFCON 0 under Pence and Haley. Wouldn't that just be like annihilation at that point? On day one of my presidency, I'll rebuild the U.S. nuclear stockpile and make sure they are used. The sad part is, I wouldn't be shocked if somebody said that here. That's how pathetic the GOP is right now. Haley's VP will be Chris Christie, and he will scare Russia and China into immediate surrender. No man on the ground needed. Source trust. Yeah, Christie is the bomb. He is the fat boy bomb. Funny name. So I wonder when the next person's gonna be on. Hopefully soon. On day, let's see. Iran is a great testing ground for no, it isn't. All right. Wasn't Pompeo going to run too? He was, but then he realized, oh wait, there's Nobody gives a shit. Nobody wants me to run. Okay, so we're still waiting. There's no movement yet on the stage. Which, again, can't there just be like a timer and say 15 minutes till the next event? What would be the most pro-war ticket? Ooh. That would be like John Bolton and, something with John Bolton. And Bill Crystal. They have that ticket. Because I'm sure people want a former CIA director as their president, lol. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people trust anybody anymore from the government. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. I'm from the gooberment. But I think when Bolton and Crystal, that's the perfect. That's the most pro-war ticket I can imagine. Unless somebody has anything else crazy. Which I can't think of any. Is John Bolton still running? Supposedly. Graham Bolton. Oh, that's bad. What warship or ship in general would you like to see in a film on rap? I actually don't know. I'm not huge into like the ship stuff. I really don't know. The gooberment. Yeah, I mean, McConnell, Graham. Oh my, that would get like negative electoral votes. Who's the most likely to get us into World War III on the GOP side? It would be Bolton. John Bolton. He would like nuke somebody for merely existing. A tactical Chris really dropped the Russian troops in Ukraine. That is freaking. Oh man. Who would win an election? McConnell versus Omar. Honestly, nobody. Nobody would win. At that point, it would have negative turnout. Okay, we're still not seeing any movement. Are we waiting for another hour? I think we're gonna be here for an hour. So I do eventually got to get going. So if, I recommend people, if you have any super chats or any more questions, send them now. Just in case I do head out, because I'm considering it. Because I do got to get going real soon. But I may not go yet. I don't know. But yeah, if you have any super chats or anything like that, send them now. So I for sure can get through them. Graham is my senator, unfortunately. Yeah. That's not good. Not good. Christie proceeds to eat all the Russian military on the side of mac and cheese. Where is Nikki at? I don't know. I think you're going to wait another hour for this. We're persevere for a little bit longer, but... Stream in your car. No. Chrissy is blocking the entrance to the stage. Chrissy fits the fat, unlikable Republican stereotype. I agree. We want no, we do not want Nikki Haley as president. No. No way. But why is there such long gaps in between the two the forms? Excuse me. You're right. We need Liz Cheney. No! That's even worse somehow. Who would be the worst president imaginable? There's some bad ones. Chrissy's currently trying to get on stage. Sources tell me he's crushed the stairs and now is waiting for a forklift to pick him up. Oh, man. How does the Iowa caucus work? It's a caucus. Enough said. Manchin would actually do a good third party with those candidates. Yeah, he would. He would do great with those frickin' idiots. Bolton Cheney, oh gosh. It would have to be with Bolton. Combine the worst Democrat with the worst Republican. That's like a double whammy. Like the absolute crap parts of the GOP and the absolute crap parts of the Democrats. Combine the two. So we're still waiting for movement to happen on the stage.
Who I hope had a chance to actually have some lunch or something, Steve.
I did. There's only so much Mike Pence I could stomach. So.
Bruh. Schiff Romney. Oh, that's bad. That is a real bad one. All right. All right, if nothing happens in 7 minutes, I'm probably going to head out. Because I'm pushing my time right now. I didn't expect it to go this long. I mean, why do they have it? Why? Justin, Chrissy just stepped on stage and the entire thing collapsed. But yeah, if you got any more super chats, any more questions, send them now. Because if nothing happens in the next couple minutes, I think I'm just going to head out. Sorry, but it's just, without anybody here and it's just them dinking around for an hour. I don't want to listen to Blaze TV for a while. I really don't. Because then I have to, like, I got to make a video for today. And then I got to make an exclusive members video. So I still got a lot to do before I leave. So I want to do this DeSantis stuff, but I don't think it's going to be here for a while. Which is stupid. This is why it's like, they picked, like, the crappiest time to do this. Like, why do a Friday morning? Saturday, I can understand, like, noon, fine. But, really? Do it on a Friday morning when people got work and stuff? Not good. Not good at all. But yeah, we're going to be here for a little bit. We're going to be here for a while still. So. Kinzinger and Warren. Warren on economics isn't the worst, but yeah. Cultural stuff, yeah. That's pretty bad. Breaking. Chrissy's caused an earthquake after passing out from eating 889-cent Krispy Kreme donuts. The fact that meme is like probably halfway true is just sad. Just some of these chats are freaking hilarious, but Pence actually did worse than ass. He probably did in some areas. Breaking news: McDonald's shuts down after every item is bought by Christie. All right, it's looking like they're not going to do anything for a while, so I think I'm gonna. Whoops, I accidentally clicked that. I think unless anybody got more super chats, any more questions, anything like that, do that now because I think I'm gonna head out. It's not gonna be for a while. It's like the worst day this could have happened. It's like, why? Why do this at 10 a.m.? Why? Because they purposely did that because freaking DeSantis is a coward. It's like, bro. Very sad. Subway stock rise of meatball. Ron buys every meatball sub. I still don't get that story. I'd love to see the U.S. Constitution. Old Iron Sides would be the title if I made it. That's actually interesting. Is Pence okay? I don't believe so. He did not sound good. He sounded like shit. Complete and total shit. But yeah, if you did enjoy this live stream, because I think I'm going to head out. We're halfway through everything. It's going to be a while before the next people come in. I got to get going. I know the second I end the stream, she's going to show up. But it's like, it just sucks with, just tell us when they're going to, like, roughly what time. Because I always thought these events, they tell you roughly every now and again when they're going to be on. They're not doing it here. And this is the problem with having Blaze TV control. They're just going to grift their freaking shows. But yeah. Thank you so much for everybody that watched. Again, I know I'm sorry I got to cut the stream short, but I do got some stuff to do. Got some videos to work on. And we're not going to even get to DeSantis for a couple hours still. So it's like, is it really worth it? We had a lot of entertainment. Again, thank you so much for all the support. I don't want to cut this short, but I got to get a lot of stuff done beforehand. I'm very sorry. Again, I don't want to do this. I want to finish all of this, but I got to just, I hate it when candidates do this crap. Or these people, like, these events. They don't tell you what time people are going to show up. Because I would stream specifically when DeSantis goes on. But we don't know when. But thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys in the next live stream or video. Unless somebody got any more questions. Any more questions or super chats. Just send them now or forever go in peace. Because I thought this was going to go a lot faster than this. Not freaking every hour they get to one candidate. That's stupid. Because I just do it normally where it's like, okay, fine, get a 20-minute break in between, and then they go out to the next one. Just sucks. It just sucks because I don't know when DeSantis is going to be on. I just hate it. I hate it that they're doing this to everybody. I feel like something bad happened to Pence. He's just sick, I think. But didn't go too well for him. Yeah, he did sound pretty bad. Maybe come back when DeSantis comes on, which would be in probably 2 hours. Maybe. But thank you so much. We'll see you guys. Do you have time to come back? If DeSantis comes back in like an hour, or shows up in an hour, I will come back and stream. That's a plan. If he does show up within an hour or something like that, I will come back. But I do got to get going for a little bit, work on some stuff. And yeah. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys in the next video or live stream. Godspeed to all of you.